hope this is working. Kenneth Russ, Hopeful as well. How's it going, dude? By the way, can you guys, like I'm talking, can you hear me? Because my mic was messing around the other day, and then just when I started the live stream, normally it shows me a little window of like, I'm usually on the garage, and it just had a blank screen and a picture of a controller. It's just made me nervous that, I don't know, something is playing up with it. So yeah, please just let me know if you can actually hear me. I see was that Lunatic? Sorry. I see, hello. How are you doing? Sorry, I missed that name a sec. David Kaiser, hey Wolf, how's things? Yeah, not too bad, cheers. How about yourself? Rebel by Choice, morning. How's it going, dude? Juice for Kane, hello Mr. Lone Wolf. Loud and clear, oh good, I appreciate that. Truth Lies, hello Wolf. How's it going, dude? Todd Williams, good evening. I can hear you just fine, yeah, that's good to know. It just worries me, this, I don't know, I don't even think it's specifically the headset. I said the other week, or not even the other week, I plugged it in to record a video. And thankfully, for the last couple of months, when I start recording a video, I start every video with like, how's it going? It's Mr. Lone Wolf, just checking the microphone's working today, and then I play it back to listen to check that it's actually recording my voice. Because a while back I did like a 50-minute video and then realised that it hadn't recorded my voice, so I had to do the whole 50 minutes again. Yeah, so I caught it early, but it did it about a week ago, and it's just got me worrying that it's going to try and be a dick. I've got another headset that's a nicer headset. It's the Turtle Beach one and all that, but I don't know. The mic doesn't sound anywhere near as good when I've recorded audio on it. It sounds like I'm, I don't know, shouting into a cardboard box and it's echoing back. It just really doesn't sound good. Davis78. Oh, sorry, it was Lucian's TC. Hello. I think I said lunatic. I apologise. I've seen Lou. That's about it. I like the word lunatic though. Yeah. By the way, these are the trucks. I'll obviously be trying other stuff. They're called the Arctos. Sounds like a very specific type of wank, but yeah. There's 4. Yeah. There's a 10-wheel, 8-wheel. 6-wheel, one's like a drop axle or whatever, and then a 4-wheel. I'll do them all. I'm more interested in the 10-wheel, but let's just have a quick look, see what they actually all get like. Mark Rowe, hey Mr. Wolf, how's it going, dude? Good to have you join us. What should we go with? I can't resist the old highway gearbox. That doesn't mean I'm necessarily right on it, that is my personal choice. I can't help it. Of that. Well, again, it's because they cock block rev so much on this game. I'll take any extra revs I can get, which usually the high range does let you have. So it's got autonomous. David Kaiser, I've been better. I had to get emergency surgery a couple of days ago. Yeah, bloody hell, that's not good. Hope you're alright, dude. Is it? Are you alright? Like, obviously don't have to mention it if it's something personal or whatever, but yeah. That's definitely not good. I hope you're doing alright. Well, I'll just put the snorkel. I'm not really bothered about all this. Alright, it's got a wheel drive, so that's cool. Obviously, I was kind of hoping it would. It wouldn't be too great if it didn't. It's got some funny little add-ons. I've not looked through any of them before. Funny enough, I got this mod a couple of weeks ago or whatever. It was just after I got my internet back, but I just never really put it on. And when I was looking through it tonight, I was like, yeah, I've been wanting to try this mod for a little while. It seems to have good rating and all the rest of it. Sound is good, yeah, I appreciate that. Noob Girl, hi Wolf, how's it going? Good to have you joining us. It doesn't really matter what I put on it, I suppose. I'm just more looking to see how the truck does. I'll put a saddle low on it. Oh shit, I just took it off. Right, let's get some of the bigger ones built. So actually, skip to the 8-wheel. Truth lies, sound is good on my end too, better than usual. No, I appreciate it. I've moved the mic nice and close because for whatever reason, I don't particularly know why, but when I record a video, the audio's way louder than it appears to be on Livestream. Like I'm doing the exact same thing as I would do recording a video, got the same headset on, etc. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is behind that. Months and months back, people were saying, "Oh, your Livestream's pretty quiet," and I played one back at some point, and yeah, it's easy to sort of hear me at the beginning when I'm not driving a truck around and that, but once I was like, the revs were all in the background and that, it was drowning a lot of what I was saying out. There is a version, yeah, the reason I was quite interested in this, I think you can get like a recovery sort of tow truck version. Good old tyre menu. Still takes bloody ages to scroll through it. Biggest tyres, 46, is that? Oh no, 43. Not very big tyres. It might not be an issue. More these days depends, like if the grip's good it won't matter as much. Oh, I don't like that crane. You can get it, but it'd probably freak out if you did that. I would test it, but probably not at the beginning of a live stream, because if it blue screens me, yeah, as I've said, it just ends the live stream. Yeah, that's what I was curious about. So we'll put that one on, and then lastly, I'll skip the 6-wheel one, but because it's basically going to be a 4-wheel with a drop axle, even if there's power to it. It's yeah, but yeah, this is a 10-wheel one. Let's see what we can do with this. Justin Lynch, I can just... Oh, sorry, I just can't bring myself to give up the 3 low gears in off-road. That's true. I do miss them in certain scenarios. But it's more that when I get that, the high gear just doesn't feel that good. And in the scheme of things, I'd say I'm in auto and high a lot more than the low gears. But, yeah, I get what you're saying. If I knew I was going somewhere where I'm very rarely going to be in high gear or anything like that, or auto, then there's the odd occasion I do switch up. There's also a few vehicles that I don't mind, like even though the Voron Grad is a good example, I remember, I still would take the high range personally, but the off-road is very good in that, because they either forgot to put rev caps on it, or they just didn't put very severe rev caps at all on it. So even it's a very nice example of like the off-road gearbox when it's just free to do what it's supposed to do without these extra cock blocks going on. Mara, I've tried these trucks before, but they had no snorkels. I see he's added them now. Yeah, this one's got one as well, hasn't it? We'll give it a go on that, like, see how it likes drowning. So it's got the crane again, but that still stubs through the roof. It's nice that you got like the little modular sections like that you can add. So what's that got? Oh, that can just hold stuff. Again, cool, because if you roll, it'll never tip out when it's in that sort of thing. Login stuff. Was that like medium logs, small logs? It's got the wrecker. It's got like a, what's that calling it? A tilt deck. Let's put that one on it. And a crane. Do we want a crane? Stronger RU, yeah, because I did put the stronger crane mod on. David Kaiser, I cut my leg really bad with a chainsaw. Oh, you beast, that's definitely not good. I had to get a few veins fixed and stitched up. Yeah, that's bad, man. Chainsaws make me a bit nervous. I remember I seen a video like it must have been on Live Leak or something, where a chain broke, and then my brother Adam was saying years ago, it might have even been in the Isle of Man, I can't remember though. Someone was using I don't think he's seen this, he met the guy and this was like years before. He was using a chainsaw and the chain broke, and it basically whipped up and like whipped his chest straight down the middle, like, and split his whole chest open pretty much. Like I believe he showed my brother the scar and then was saying, yeah, it was from a chainsaw. And yeah, I really, when I used to have a landscape gardening business, we had a hedge trimmer that was a fucking psychopath of a hedge trimmer. And that used to make me a bit nervous, but chainsaws, extremely wary of. Was it, if you don't mind me asking, sort of, did you slip and, you know, like, get yourself, or was it like a malfunction with the chainsaw that just, you know, that's the thing with them sort of things, very quickly get out of hand. I'll have a quick look at the, whatever these are. Is it saying, oh, air conditioner, whatever. Got some blue lights and that's pretty cool. They look pretty much like the Scania trucks in England. It's funny because even the number plate appears to be, it might have a little EU thing there, but that's an English number plate, like GA54. 54 would mean it was made technically in the second half of 2004, but it actually bleeds over into early 2005. But generally, if it was 04, it'd be the first half of 2004. 54 is the second half. 05, first half. 55, second half of 2005, etc. Nowadays, we're on like, it'd be GA 72 or 22. Sorry, it'd be GA 22, and then in the second half of the year, it'd be 72. It's a bit weird, but it is what it is. At least you can mostly take the bumper off, so that would probably be best for a bit of off-roading. Sorry, handheld ones like a chainsaw, get well soon, dude. Sorry, I might miss a couple of comments. Bleaker, hey Wolf, how's it? I assume going, or yeah, I'm all good. Cheers, dude. How are you doing? Don't need to bother with any of that. Oh no, wait there. I would like to take the mud guards off actually. Oh, that's cool. So you can take the mudguards individually, or you can put the triple one on, but you can take the fuel tank, those tanks off. Not even sure if it makes a difference to the fuel. Well, so we've got side fuel cans, so I can take that off as well. Semi cables. What was that then? Oh, it's just the, oh yeah, just like the aesthetics, like the air brake lines, all that sort of shit. Right, let's actually go out and do a bit of off-roading. Speaking of, I'll new best finish 7th, only 2 wrecks. Oh, is that, yeah, on the Ride on the Edge game, the TT game. 7th, only 2 wrecks. Do you know what? I've been on it. I've not raced any people. I've not done the career. I've done either quick race or, you know, just a time trial, like doing your own lap by yourself. And a couple of the things are glitching. Oh, I'm on the. Do you know what? While we're on White Valley, sod it. I haven't even got low range at all in this. I'll have to. I don't know, like, necessarily if I put the best gearbox on. Now we're here though, I may as well go for a quick ramp off the end, but I'll travel to Burning Mill in a minute. Yeah, doing the TT track. For some of the sectors it's not giving me my best time, so if you look in the leaderboards you can see I've my quickest lap around it so far is 16 minutes 30. I think I had one crash right at the end. The only thing that does get me a little bit with the game is every now and then it just spits your bike out and makes you crash, whether, I don't know, like on the exact same section, going the exact same speed, all the rest of it, just sometimes it bites you. Yeah, 16.5 minutes, I think I was like, what is it? I'm like 322nd on the leaderboard. Is this going to Jeff special? Not sure, yeah. This gearbox doesn't feel that nice, if I'm honest. Although I will say, the truck clearly, again, it's not like some OP broken. Like, it's definitely, yeah, within the realm of like a pretty normal, sane truck. Right, I've got that over. Let's travel to Burning Mill. I didn't even realise I was still over on that, otherwise I would have loaded this map up before I started the live stream. Yeah, those are based on a UK truck. Yeah, it looks like they're Scania trucks, which are pretty good looking trucks, to be honest. You see a fair amount of those sort of trucks on these roads. I was cutting a notch in a tree and I was pulling out the saw and it kicked back really hard, and I had no time to hit the chain brake. Yeah, that's even like the kickback. I wouldn't even put that on you, if you know what I mean. That's just, it's the craziness of that thing that if it kicks back, it's gonna fling it. It's gonna do something that's like hazardous to your health. But as long as you're all right, yeah, that's the main thing. I've seen a video. Funnily enough, it's a beast as well. It was on YouTube, like a little short video where a guy was at a sawmill cutting planks of wood, and he had it kick back where obviously the blade caught the plank and flung it at him. And apparently in the comments he lived, but it was like if that hit him in the neck and that, he's a goner. He's only lucky it might have glanced off like his face and probably broke his jaw and all sorts. But yeah, it was like, again, the hedge trimmer was scary and mental, and it used to cut through stuff that was like a good inch thick or so. But it's two blades that are sort of just quickly wiggling backwards and well, it was actually one blade that's going backwards and forwards. Yeah, the chainsaw is like you're building up a lot of centrifugal force on the actual chain and that. My friend was with me when he saw that I cut my leg open and shoved his shirt into my leg and raced me my truck to the hospital. Yeah, no, it's good for him. It's a good mate. Right, let's go for a little drive in this thing then. We'll do a little cruise on the map, see how it actually handles that. I'm gonna have to get myself a loaf because it's rude not to. But oh yeah, I'm on my mod playthrough. I was gonna say, where's my loaf gone? I've got a sprint. Oh, I've got a loaf on a sprinter on that little grandstand thing. Did you see the Max Pack truck now has phase? So I read your comment, to be honest. I just didn't put them on in the end because I've selected quite a few different mods, and that Max Pack thing just fills the truck store with so many trucks it takes bloody ages to go through. But other than that, I did see your comment, and I will give it a go because yeah, I believe, didn't you say you could turn the Sprinter into a monster truck or something now? MacDog, what's up? How's it going, dude? Cheers for joining us. Is that Dark Grey Wolf? First stream, what's up? I'm all good, cheers, dude. How are you doing? Cheers for joining us. Is that just, yeah, Loaf Blank. Build a Loaf Workshop. Let's get on it. Can usually speed run building a loaf by now. It's the tyres one that takes the longest. MacDog, good, how are you? Yeah, I'm alright, cheers, man. I felt pretty rough yesterday. I felt fine when I got up today. It was one of them. I was like, oh, I hope I don't wake up feeling like crap because I really don't want to miss the live stream. But if I've got a banging headache and everything, it's not the most fun to do either. But yeah, thankfully I woke up feeling yeah, all good. Let's get some kind of green, kind of match the truck. Right, see how this roll back thing works. Oh yeah, is that my AGL? Oh. Tatrin. See what I mean? I said in yesterday's video, if you have 3 vehicles, it will never ever ever choose the vehicle you want. Case and point. I've got to start the engine. Yeah. Right, use tilt deck. So it's the L, I'm using R2 at the minute. And I assume, yeah, I'm pressing left on the left analog stick. For whatever reason, it always tells us it's the D-pad commands. It never is. It's not just this mod, it's on loads of mods it does that for some reason. Not even on mods, sorry, it does it on like the actual game as well. Like the Forester, I think there's, you know, certain things you can use that it tells you it's the D-pad. Also, should I use the KRS Bandit? Is it worth over like an Azov or Voron? I'd take like the Dolphin, like yeah, one of the Azovs. You beast in the life, it's a goddamn racehorse. Yeah, I personally would. The Bandit with the crane, it's too tippy. Its chassis is too flexible that it just gets you in situations that other trucks won't, because the chassis doesn't fling around like a madman. It's got the custom muds which sit wide and yeah, it's not a terrible vehicle, so I'm not saying definitely don't use it, but objectively speaking, I think I'd rather take either the dolphin or yeah, even yeah, the vorons. That thing. So now it should be L2. Oh no, it's got L2 and then right on the left-hand wrong stick. Yeah. Yeah, like I say with the Bandit, I used it the other week, and it's in certain aspects, like I say, it's not terrible. It's just there's a few things that it doesn't really make up for. Yeah, you can add 71-inch tyres on the Sprinter. That sounds pretty good. And that high gear. I can have a look what missions I've got, but I know I'm running pretty low, so let's just go for a quick cruise with this while I'm reading some comments. We'll see how it handles. My leg with the helper crutches, but the doctors said I need to do PT. Oh, is that it? Yeah, physiotherapy. I had to do that with my knee, which I kind of need to do it again as well. I was going to say the only sort of well, not really a good thing in the situation. When I hurt my knee, I had to wait practically 12 months to get an operation. Obviously yours was more of a time critical thing going on, but at least you're not, yeah, stuck in some queue waiting. Oh, helps if I'm looking what I'm doing. Did you get your leg, by the way, was it below the knee or above? Either way, definitely not good. It reminds me a little bit of that. I don't know if any, you know, the YouTuber Kentucky Ballistics, where he recently, well, probably not that recently now, but fired a 50 BMG, a Serbu, like a single shot one, and it, he had like an overpowered or whatever, I can't remember what they call it now. He had a slap shot round, a 50 cal slap shot, but some people reckon it had just been over-juiced, possibly even to the point of purposely sabotage, because apparently, I believe America and probably us used to do it, like back in, is it the, I don't know, various wars, like the Gulf War and all that, we'd rig ammo to go bang, so when someone uses it in a gun, it'll blow the gun up and probably hurt them. But yeah, he had a 50 cal go off, and he got a piece of metal in his neck and all that, and he, as he said it, I think he was with his dad, and he stuck a shirt in his neck to stop the bleeding, and his, yeah, dad drove him to the hospital. Were you wearing those chainsaw resistant chaps or pants by any chance? Yeah, see, even with them though, I still get nervous as fuck round a chainsaw. I'd rather have those things on. But don't think for a second that if I had a chainsaw and I didn't have the chainsaw resistant things, that I would then not use the chainsaw. Because I would. There's something that I'm doing that needs to get done. I would probably risk it for a biscuit. Bandit is good with the crane if you pair it with the, what's that, Steo deck trailer to prevent rollovers. The thing is though, it's just the chassis is like really flexible, so there's situations. A prime example in the Bandit video I did the other day. So I'll be honest, this thing could do with a bit more power. It's not gutless, but it could do, yeah, like it taps out of high gear pretty easily. I can try a different gearbox. I might do, because I might not do a whole lap. Yeah, with the Bandit, as a good example, it was right here when I was coming up here. I believe I stubbed my nose around here, and the chassis flexed so much the crane got stuck on the right hand side of my cab, and then just made me tip over because it completely like bollocksed up the balance of the truck. Then you got like half the truck's just leaning over to one side really badly, and the crane's leaning over and all sorts. Like I said, it's not a terrible vehicle, it's just stuff like that. It doesn't really do a lot to make up for it. There's not really anything I gain using a Bandit over, say, a Dolphin and that. It probably uses a bit less fuel, but it's got a tiny fuel tank, 150 litres. It's got the roof rack. It's not a massive roof rack, and that's what the crane caught on. And yeah, just sort of things where it's like, right, do you know what, I'm gonna recover this. Yeah, like, it's only A plus on the power, which it is what it is. But personally, I'd say you got to at least put an option really that's an S plus. That's the stock, right? The stock doesn't have low gear at all either. Yeah, it feels just slow. I don't know why it wouldn't even have like even a basic low range. I'd say this feels better. How easy it taps out. We'll see. Do you know what as well though? Sorry, I'm just gonna... Not that it should be the main thing. I'm gonna take the crane and that off. But strictly speaking, if something is struggling because it's got the crane and something on, then that's already not a great sign. But I'm not trying to like say it's a terrible mod or anything like that. I think just a bit more power, especially again because the wheels are still quite small, even though it's a 10-wheel drive, because the wheels are quite close together. They've not been able to give us like 55-inch tyres or something. I think the map, like bigger tyres, can solve a lot of nerfs they do on this game. Sorry, could you see wearing shorts? I like the engine sound of this truck. Not really. I can't hear it too. I've got my mic turned down quite a lot because, well, especially when I'm doing the live stream, it's quite loud in my ear. I sort of turn it down while I'm yeah. I'd definitely say, yeah, this gearbox, I'd go for the off-road gearbox. This feels a lot more, I don't know, just, yeah, suits it a lot better. I mean, it definitely looks pretty cool, I'll give it that. Well, again, overall it's nice. For people who don't like the, like, even remotely powerful mods kind of thing, this is it'd be a good one to choose, because you're now just at the point where realistically I could see the devs adding something like this. I mean, I don't know as much recently, but they added like the Zik 605R. That's probably the last truck we got that was just decent, and for the most part doesn't really get punished for being decent. You're having better luck than me tonight. I rage quit earlier. William Curry. What? Why? What happened? Was it on this map? Yeah, this feels way better in high gear. Funnily enough, even though it's the off-road gearbox, it doesn't really. It feels more like a high-range high gear. And on top of that, so far it's moaned way less about stalling. You can definitely tell, like, I might catch this rock a bit. Again, if the wheels were, what, like 43-inch, if they were like 50s, 52s, it'd be a lot nicer. You could definitely squeeze a bit more. That's what she said, of course. Obviously, those rear tyres, they're not going to be too long before they're basically touching each other. Yeah, it's definitely look. I still have my leg. Yeah, that's the main thing. Certainly got a lot worse for some people with the with chainsaws. Is it just me that despises the looks of those Russian muds that all their trucks have? You beast, floating loaf. The muds. Do you mean like the big custom muds? to be honest, I quite like the look of the custom muds. All the other muds are not really sort of bothered either way, if you know what I mean. They just look like a tyre to me. The custom muds I do quite like the look of, but I'm overall generally disappointed with how average they are. I'd say the normal muds are better than the custom muds, but I just looks and the fact that they sit wide and help with tipping. By the way, this corner, I think I did it in yesterday's video maybe. You can go down obviously that way, but if you cut along here, sometimes it's just a bit better. It's a bit less tippy. It can be a little bit awkward through here, but then you kind of just join back on the road. So it's a good job I put the bumper on this that doesn't sit as low. Turned over within sight of the drop off. I hate it when that happens. That's what you need, that the old quit and reload method. If you don't see the saving cogs just above like the handbrake or wheel drive, all that on the right hand side, just hold the PS button, or the equivalent I assume for Xbox. I don't know exactly how you turn those off, but on PS4, yeah, hold the PS button, close application, it just goes back to the main screen, then load the game back up. So I've got the saving cogs right now on the right hand side, so if I turn the game off and on now, it'd load up probably when I'm on that bridge. That's about when the saving cogs started, I think. So if I tipped now, let's say I had a load of cargo and I tipped now, it's probably... it'd be better if those saving cogs sodded off for a minute, just to help prove my point. But they've already started. It's usually from when the cogs first start as well. There you go, they're faded now. But if I had like loads of cargo on me now and I tipped now, if I quit and reload, it'd load me back up probably on that bridge, with my cargo obviously still on and all the rest of it. What do you think about the Azov 64131? Is that John? Is that like the big red? It's got like a massive alien head, like that blue alien head out of Fifth Element. That's what it always reminds me of. It's a great truck, certainly if you're early in the game. The fact that you can have it at like level 11 or something. Well, no, sorry, is that the one you can have at like level 2? Yeah, it's good. It's just... it's too slow for my liking, that's about it. Other than that, it's an incredibly solid truck though. OH2 looks like they should be a mud tyre. Possibly. I'll be all the like OH numbers and all that, letters and everything, I for the most part don't really know. I just kind of have them as... yeah, I just sort of think, oh, off-road tyres, mud tyres. So I can never really remember which are which, like when it comes to that. Medium planks. Where do I need to take them? I wasn't really particularly doing a mission, but... oh, right over there. Do I want to do it in this truck? I could do, I suppose. I have kind of driven this way. Oh yeah, let's just turn the bloody generator on first. Fuel has it got? 100. Is it just me, or does it take longer to save now? Yeah, I think it does a hell of a lot longer. The saving cogs used to appear for like 5 seconds. It used to be about 5 seconds every minute. There you go. That, I believe, unless they were there for a while, I believe that one was actually quite a quick saving cogs. But yeah, I definitely agree with that. They take way longer than they used to. Oh, that's good, it's even got 1250. That'll do. Oh, it's got... Yeah, it's a nice horn for a truck. That'll do. Right, so 2 medium planks, I'm going to need that. Rubber by choice, 64131 JBE. Yeah, true, I'd have, like... Oh yeah, I think I did use the, like, the JBE John. And yeah, from what I remember it was, I liked it. JBE mods have, like, I don't think there's one I haven't liked, to be fair. They've always been very good mods. I think, what have I still got on? I always still put the JBE P16 on. I normally do put the Tatran on. I think the only reason I did turn it off last week and possibly this week is because I was trying out that AGL Tatran and I just didn't want to get mixed up which was which when I was buying them and that. So, but other than that, yeah, I've always used both of them in particular. I'm pretty sure I've still got the Azov John JBE mod. I just, again, it's one I rarely turn on because I just there's only so much I can fit in each, like, go on the live stream. Aussie man, hey there, Lone Wolf. Long time no see. Yeah, I appreciate it. How you doing, dude? How's the you still got the kittens? Medium planks, yeah. Oh, these only cost 100 to make. That's not too bad. $64 the year 1 in the month, 31 the day. Is that how you remember it? Right, that's literally, yeah, why I just called them John. The Azov 5, whatever, is the off-road Dolphin. The Azov 6, whatever it is John. And then the Azov 7, whatever it is Bruce. And part of it was because when I was talking, trying to say something, and I've got a certain sized clip playing while I'm saying it, I kept being like Azov 6, oh god, what is it? And then even when I'd say it, people would then just say in the comments, oh, is that the red one? Is that the 8-wheel one? Blah blah blah. And it's like, right, I'm just going to name them. Actually, let me see what trailers I can get. So one nice thing with the Loaf, for the most part, even though the engine is completely battered, it hasn't once said stalling or anything. The Loaf is just a goddamn machine, it just keeps going. Right, some, yeah, I was going to say, some I'll have repairs. Just hogging my own supplies. In fact, why not? Just a sneaky little fuel trailer while we're at it. She knows mod spot. Talk to me, you goof. Oh, sorry, I might have missed some comments. January 31st, 1964. I think I just remember it as a Nintendo 64. And then, I don't know, 131 just isn't too hard to remember, but it was just, like I said, even when I said it, most other people didn't know themselves it was that truck. And yeah, it's just too many numbers. Why couldn't they just call it the Azov 64, the Azov 53, and the Azov 72, or whatever it is? I know this first bit of driving will be a little bit iffy. It's more the map than anything. Just here, it's like OP death mud levels, really. So far, I've actually eaten it up pretty well. She said. Took me around 35 hours to get the Zix hard. I was like hard mode, no help. To get the Zix. Is that the 605R? I started playing Mud Runner again, and I missed the constant power you have, and it's a more realistic feel to it compared. Yeah, when I drove on a mud runner, I did a video, again it's probably going back like a year on now, but it doesn't feel like it was that long ago. Yeah, I do agree, I get what you're saying. Like, the way they keep nerfing the power in this game is a bad move in my opinion. Because overall they are like breaking the feel of the game. I'd rather have the power. I'd rather power down this road at 20-30 miles an hour and then have to use my skill and power of eyesight, etc. to be like, oh, there's a rock ahead, I'll slow down, I'll go round it, I'll steer into it so I don't tip over. When the game just constantly forces you to go 2 miles an hour and all you're ever doing is just squeezing the throttle flat out, and that's it. You could be looking, yeah, watching a YouTube video, all sort. You just have to look back at the TV like once every 10 or 20 seconds and adjust the steering for a half a second because you're going so slow all the time. Yeah, in the scheme of things, it gets boring. Hence why I tend to stick to vehicles that don't constantly force you to do that. And yeah, I'm just messing around in all sorts of ways. Like, funny, just little things like, most of the time I'll take a loaf, and I can take a loaf, like, worst case I could tow it behind me and it's no issue, like I am now. But yeah, when I'm like yesterday's video, was it, when I put it on the roof of the Tayga, I know full well I'm theoretically making life more difficult for myself at that point, because I'm trying to balance it on the roof of that, but I don't know, half of it's like fun, shits and giggles, but it's also like an actual challenge to keep the loaf balanced on there when it's like in that situation where it's perched on top of the Tayga. Have you done hard mode no help? I haven't, no. I'm not too bothered, like, I don't even know if I'll ever bother doing a video on hard mode. I'm not against it. Some people have said, can I do a video on it? It's just like, I'm going to start the game fresh. I'm going to drive to the first garage, unlock a few things. It's going to force me to just have the same time of day, all that. I don't know, it's like, there's not really going to be a lot I can bring to show somebody on one video, sort of. I don't know, that's just going to be like, I may as well just not change the time of day now and say, yeah, this is what hard mode will be like. And I know there's other things, like it'll stop me selling trailers and doing all sorts. It's just a list of extra shit that I don't need to be denied. Like, sometimes I want to change the time of day, sometimes I want to sell a trailer. All that's inevitably going to happen is at some point it'll say I haven't got enough money, and then I'll use a mod to get more money. Yeah, try not to post too many like little comments, if that's alright, dude, because you keep pushing everyone else's comments up out of the way. You got to prove yourself in the hard mode. What's to prove, though? It's not doing anything skill-wise in the game, really. It's just, yeah, I don't know, it won't let me change it to the middle of the day and stuff. It's not going to really make life more difficult. It's just going to be more, I don't know, darker, that's about it. Which for me, making a video, it's like I'd rather it be like now like daylight, so sort of everyone can see the truck, the background, the scenery, all that sort of stuff. And again, the money thing isn't going to be, there's not going to be a good video to be made out of going, oh look, I can't afford this trailer now. So yeah, that's just why I've sort of left it in the end, because I don't really know what I'm going to gain by doing it. Don't need to prove anything to anyone. Even if it was just like an actual challenge, then I'd consider it just as like, I know what you mean, you don't have to prove anything to anyone else, but just to beat the game kind of thing. But yeah, it's just a... To me, it feels more like an irrelevant list of extra little hassles that haven't actually directly got anything to do with the game. It's just like, oh, make sure that you don't buy too many trailers because you can't sell them, and I don't know, just bits and bobs like that where I don't really know what I'm going to gain from it. It's just going to be things that inevitably are going to not piss me off, but inconvenience me, that aren't even fun or otherwise. It's just purely going to be like, oh yeah, you're on hard mode, so we're not going to let you sell that trailer. And yeah, I'm not really too fussed about all that. This truck is doing pretty well considering it's more of a highway type. Yeah, I agree, it is doing pretty nice. Actually, I like it, especially this with the off-road gearbox. It's yeah, it feels, like I said, the high gear feels more like the high range high. But either way, yeah, I'd recommend the off-road on this one because it feels a lot more realistic. It makes sense with the vehicle. I think I could have gone up that way and gone over the top of the mountain, but we'll go around this way, kind of past the little quarry pit thing. Surprised you haven't done a live stream on MudRunner to compare the two games. That's true. I probably could at some point, to be honest. I don't really... I don't mind doing that. I remember it throws you off a bit when you first go on it, because some of the controls are different. But I remember when I did go on it like a year ago, it was... yeah, like after a little go, I sort of got used to it. And then it probably threw me off for 5 minutes when I got back on this. Wish SnowRunner devs would add a manual gearbox. Yeah, a manual gearbox would be great. I think the reason they don't is, one, they're worried it'll be too easy for people then, which is a... I don't mean this to be disrespectful to them, but it's a stupid opinion to have, because it's like, you've sold them the game, you've made your money on that, so now open up the options on your game. That can only result in more sales. Like, no one's going to suddenly go, oh, I'm not buying SnowRunner because there's a manual gearbox option in there. But there might be people who'll say, right, I'm not going to buy it because there isn't a manual gearbox. But I also think it'll highlight how much they rely on nerfing the gears and the rev caps to attempt to give the illusion of, like, balancing and difficulty in this game, when in reality, yeah, they're just nerfing the revs and everything, and it's sort of... Yeah, I can certainly squeeze a lot of fun out of this game. Again, still think it's a great game, been worth the money, etc, etc. But there is definitely things they do and have been doing that are, I would argue, is like an objectively bad choice. I think it's this way I've got to go. Just go around that mud pit. Yeah, I want the long Note Ford LTL from MudRunner. American Wilds, I love that truck. I must know the truck, but funnily enough, I got that American Wilds DLC. That's like when I got the MudRunner game. And to this day, I've never been on it, never figured out what the problem was. It wouldn't let me... There must have been some new maps you got with that American Wilds DLC. And it'd never let me download them, or I did download them and it wouldn't work or something, but then it won't give me the option to delete the American Wilds DLC. I tried then transferring the game over to my hard drive thing, that like an external memory thing I've got, and then unplugged that out the PlayStation so it thinks I haven't got it anymore, and tried it. I tried all sorts, and it's yeah. I believe I could get the truck out of it, but it never let me try the new maps, which was pretty disappointing. American Wilds Freightliner. I remember a lot of the trucks on there. Like, I'm surprised they haven't just added them all into this game, because just for nostalgic reasons, they must already have them to some degree, or even if they're not transferable from there directly. I don't know. They've already got the files on like how to draw it and etc. So yeah, again, just seems another wasted opportunity where, like, when I say the SnowRunner devs and designs and that they do, it's like, if by any chance there was someone watching who works for SnowRunner, it doesn't necessarily mean I'm having a dig at you, because I'm well aware that in a lot of companies, there's like the people at the top make the decisions, and as the saying goes, shit rolls downhill. Like, the people that are actually programming the game doesn't necessarily mean, one, they're making the decisions, or two, that they're being given the time to fully realise what, you know, the mod, oh, not mod, but whatever they're adding. Like, they might just be given, right, you got to get it done by the end of this week, and then we're on to this other game and so on, which then they're not going to have a choice in it. They've just got to get done what they can get done in a week. Yeah, dude, you spamming comments again. I don't care for mods. Can't take mods into online. Oh, can you not ask? Yeah, it's just sort of a shame you can't. Is that a case of, like, if you tried it where two of you have definitely got the mods? So yeah, you know, if like, if you were going to go online with someone, have you definitely both specifically got those mods? Because if you say you went to go online with me and you haven't got them, or I haven't got them, then I could see why my side of the game would freak out, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, I just thought, I still am pretty much going the right way. Yeah, it's there, I need to turn. Not public online, only with a friend who has the same mods. Yeah, so that's not too bad. It might, I don't know with the public, but I mean, there might just be a chance that if they haven't got the same mods, it just won't work. See, that's where, like, bigger tyres. Still going. We'll get there. It's slipping off to the right a little bit. Yeah, stuff like that, where I think, like, slightly bigger tyres are just helping this situation. Let's see, let's try the old low gears and that. That guy that keeps spamming got kicked off and reported. I just put him in a timeout. It's like I've said it about 3 times and then he just keeps spamming it, so... Some people, you can't learn the easy way. Which way are we going here? Why is there a dot there? Brian, is that Wegener? Good deal, gents. Obnoxious as sin. Made the corner, didn't tip on me, which is decent considering I got the ramped flatbed with me, like the absolute undisputed king of trailers that are a pain in the arse. This does that thing. It's not specifically on this, it's stuff that doesn't have diffs always on. That's one thing, it used to do that funnily enough on Mud Runner. I never liked that then either. David, thanks. Rebel. Fuck Joe Biden. Tree, there we go. And then it breaks. Netherlands Neanderthals. Nice road train. I must admit, it's looking like a good little road train. It's a shame, really. It's not the sort of map that's... Well, not just the map, but the contracts as well haven't really been something that requires like a road train usually, but yeah, I do sort of miss getting a good old setup like that together. Again though, it's something that they always punish. Like, it won't let you go quite as fast as you can, and or you should be able to, and yeah. And then you get situations where just the winch mechanics are a bit screwed these days, and like sometimes it won't let you winch to the truck behind you even though you clearly can reach and all the rest of it. But for the most part, yeah, if you can get a road train situation, they're pretty fun. SnowRunner is forced to take mod action on someone who's not a bot. True. I think... Do you know what? I think I might have... It might have been him, like a year ago, that I think I told to stop spamming, and he kept spamming. I believe that's the second time I've ever done that, and yeah, thinking about it, it might well have been him last time. Well, it's certainly not something I want to do, but at the same time I don't really give a shit. I warned him, like, he should keep going, so fuck it. See you later. This mod isn't my favourite, to be honest. I definitely quite like it. I'd say about a 7 out of 10. There's definitely mods that I'd choose over it. Mainly I'd say, yeah, if there was an option that, not crazy on the power, but a bit more power, maybe a permanent diffs on version would be quite nice. And then yeah, I suppose lastly it'd be just bigger tyres in general. Probably have to spread those rear axles out a little bit more. The two front ones wouldn't be theoretically that difficult to put bigger tyres, which is just the nature of this game. Like, a bigger tyre just scales up how well your truck can handle. Like, if a bump in the road is like, yeah, a 6-inch tall bump or whatever, relative to like a bigger tyre, it's not going to be as much. Will this trailer be a dick? It wouldn't surprise me. See, even though it's a dolly axle, it never... I don't know. You never get the benefit, really, of the dolly axle. Like, you know, if it was versus just a trailer where I was on, like, the 5th wheel, or whatever they call it, a saddle, in this game. I'm gonna have to grab me loaf, though. It's not that much different. I think this trailer does way more, which I know usually the off-road ones do, but the Scout Fuel trailer is probably one of the few where it doesn't really need the extra weight. It's such a short trailer. Christ, I do not like this trailer. What was it? Yeah, it's trying to grab a tree. Right, fuck it. Sorry, I've just seen something SnowRunner. Have you heard anything else? It was a timeout, Mark, not a ban. Those adults showing me that like kids. No, you just keep spamming everything, dude. you're the one acting like a kid, not everybody else. Which way are we going here? Low for engine damage from taking soil samples. He likes getting them. That newest engine, I don't know how they work out like how easy it takes damage and that, but for whatever reason, yeah, the latest Loaf engine, which we got a good few months back now, was it in season 6 we got that? Yeah, it takes, not just that it takes less damage to be damaged, it's only got like 70 health instead of the 150 or whatever it had before. It also just takes damage a lot easier in the first place. Even like little bumps that never used to really do a lot. Which again, it doesn't really bother me because in the scheme of things, you'd have to damage your engine like 4 or 5 times over before you can't fix it again. It's annoying how its chin gets caught on everything. Is that this, do you mean? It's definitely, yeah, that's the thing again. Or if not, they need to probably add like more raised suspension on it. Again, it was a good job they added like the option where you can cut the bottom bit of the bumper off, really. But as well, to be fair to it, yeah, this ain't the most logical map. Mark Rowe, he's the one acting like a kid. Yeah, exactly. You get them every now and then. Oklahoma Hellcat. Hello everybody, how's it going, dude? Or dudette. Yeah, no idea what he's trying to say. I think I've just blocked him now. Like, yeah. It's boring. Daylight. See, just stuff like that. The fact that I wouldn't be able to just put... yeah, just change to midday. Like, I don't... It doesn't seem like it's a hard mode to me. It just seems like a I don't know... finickety mode. But again, some people are liking it and I've full respect to them. Like, if you can keep track of what trailers you're using and keep taking them to different maps and bits and bobs, then yeah. Like, yeah, it's good. Again, I don't dislike that they've added the option of hard mode. It's just not really for me personally, but it's still cool that the option's there. I'd have been more likely to try it if, like, when the game first come out, but in the scheme of things I'm kinda, I don't know, not bothered that it didn't, because, yeah, it'd be awkward in its own right. Eightful, you're the best. I appreciate it, sorry, I've missed some of that comment. K. Nichols Wolf, have you tried the Z2 Tiger 255Z mod? It's a nice highway gearbox, but can be tippy. Still one of my favourites. Z2. I've tried... I might have. I'm not like the Z2 rings a bell. I think I've tried some of their mods. I can't remember specifically if it was like the Tiger 255Z. Funny thing is, again, like, this is just odd. Like, that's cool, I've now unblocked that road. Where the fuck does it go? To nowhere. And that could be one of them situations where somebody, somewhere in the company, could have had plans to do something up there, but it's been cut out due to time restraints and all that. But yeah, there's still like kind of some remnants of it in the fact that you can clear the road, but you clear a road to nowhere. I could just see I'm worrying about the money. Yeah, it's basically, it's like, I don't want to be, admin runner. I don't want to keep track of like, oh, I've got to take this trailer 4 maps over and all this. It's like, nah. I get it though, again, I'm not knocking anyone that does that. It's just, yeah, not for me. Particularly because I'm making videos as well. I already know, like, I've got to get everything set up to where I can start recording the footage for a video, let alone all the rest of it, and just add in an extra thing like, now I've got to go back somewhere and get a trailer and all this. Yeah, it's just too much like extra faff behind the scenes for me as well. Well, overall, I like the truck. It's not the best suited, I would say, to this sort of track. I'm just, while I'm at the garage again, I just want to try a lap in this one. And then, yeah, I'll get some other mods out. Feels pretty punchy. It's more like it. Is it just me, or is it like a bobblehead truck? The rear of it is so small. It's like a gigantic head. But it doesn't feel like it's weighted crazy, like there's too much weight on the front. It's getting, oh, maybe in high as well. Will it go higher in the autos? I mean, it's not going to blow your socks off, but still a nice pace, and it's actually quite nice to steer. It's pretty responsive. It's pretty nice and smooth. Like on highway driving, I could tell already this would be pretty nice, I reckon. Yeah, this is cool. But I might have to go and do a mission with this. It's pretty nice. Okay, Nichols, thank you. Bert Ferguson, hey Wolf, love your videos so much. Keep up the good work, man. I appreciate it, dude. Hope you're enjoying the videos. Worldwide choice. Still can't get off-road trailers mod. Anyone got any info? Keep saying has depended mods not approved for console. I'm not sure, because you said you were on the PlayStation as well, didn't you? And I seen your comment. I think I replied to it. And is it the off-road trailers, like Fox's trailer mod? Because if so, I've got that on right now, if you know what I mean, so it's definitely working. Yeah, PS4, I don't know what the deal is with that. Have you tried just clicking, like, unsubscribe, and then subscribe, just see if you can do it that way? Because every now and then I get a mod that's... I don't think I've ever seen a message like you're saying where it says depended mods or whatever, but sometimes it just won't give me like the on-off option, and then I sort of know, and I just click unsubscribe and then subscribe. Just make sure if you click unsubscribe that if you're just in your own list of mods, it'll vanish off the screen, and then you've got to go and find the actual mod to like subscribe to it again. Yeah, overall I have to say, I do. I quite like this truck. Feels a little bit like that Zix, the little four-wheel Zix, but that four-wheel Zix sometimes is just, it's too much weight on the front, and it's always like, it's like it's about ready to trip over its own head all the time. Got bloody cat hair in my mouth. One day. Gonna have to shave him bald. Right. I've got, yeah, the Bartelbys, Goliath. Could go for a little blast in the old Derry Longhorn. It's Fox's version, so it's good, it works. Ah, there you go, yeah, 255Z. So yeah, I did try that. I thought it was, if I remember rightly, yeah, alright. I think I used, like, it's got like a raisable platform on it. I didn't seem to be able to pack anything else on it, so that didn't really come in handy too much. But other than that, though, yeah, from what I remember, it was a nice mod. Another cat here. Might have to get the old Derry out because Robo by choice. I unsubbed them. When I go back, it says that. Yeah, I don't know what the. I honestly don't know with that, dude. I'm on the PS4 club, but obviously can't comment on the mod issues. Why can't you comment though? If you, I take it, if you not had an issue with it. Oh shit! Sorry, I'm not looking. Derry, where are you? There you are. Wolf, I see you're getting close to 10k subs. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, isn't it? It's I think it's on like 9.86 or something the last time I seen it, which I think was yesterday. I've not looked so far tonight, but yeah, it's pretty insane. Like I say, part of me, well, it's definitely great, but I mean, part of me is also like, Jesus, scares me thinking that many people could be watching. Let's go saddle load just in case. Right, missions or whatever. What do we got? Did I do all of stage? Yeah. Stage 3. Which way have I got the map rotated? Right. Service trailer that is pretty much near the garage. On the metal beams. So take the. I can just winch the trailer, so I'll get the. What's it called? The sideboard, something or other. I can't remember what it's called now. Step deck. Right, did that. Sorry, I've missed a bit there. You definitely deserve more. No, I appreciate it, man. Again, it's still way more and better than I thought it was going to be. I think when I started SnowRunner, I had 192 subscribers, and that had taken me over a year, probably a year and a half odd or whatever. I did Call of Duty, I did Black Ops 4, I think, and then they remastered Modern Warfare. But I just know I was just getting completely buried, like, by YouTube at that point, where I could type in the exact title of my video, and it still wouldn't bring my video up for, like, I'd have to scroll down hundreds of videos. It just, yeah, so it was completely burying me, even if you typed my exact video in, let alone if you didn't, and you just, I don't know, put Call of Duty in general. Oh yeah, well, I suppose I didn't really need to reverse here. Do need a goddamn horse though. Where did I leave the last one? There he is. Yeah, I think that trailer there is an off-road scout trailer. So I just right, Rebel. That's yeah, I'm certain that's the mod I've got on right now. And any issues with using Fox's off-road trailer pack? No, same here. I've not seen any warnings or anything. Angry Ginger Life, AGL trailer, an add-on pack available on everything except Switch. No issues reported. I appreciate it, dude. Yeah, that Angry Ginger Life, his mods. Where have I got? Well, some of them are probably out at the minute. But yeah, AGL mods. I've tried a few different ones up to now, and I've had no issues with any of them. I think there was the... Again, have I got any in my garage, or... I think they're probably all out on the map. Oh, there's one. But I've got another Bruce. Yeah, there's a P16. So that was good and I like that. Oh yeah, and that was it, yeah, the Tatran. Which this one was the one that could go through water. Can we get over to that water? We'll give it another go quickly. Always the horn in case it like knocks barrels out the way and stuff. I don't know, Rebel. I have both mods installed and have no issues. You could try removing it and see what happens. Yeah, I honestly don't know, dude, because like I said, I've got the same mod on. I'm on the PS4 as well, all sorts. So I don't really know how or why. You're getting an error message with it. Can you get all like of the other Fox's mods? You know, like the Derry, the. Sorry, I'll go back to the Derry in a sec. Just wanted to point out that this AGL Tatran, you can actually go submarining and scuba diving and all that, and it doesn't moan about the drowning. It's even going against the current a bit here, which is good because the current is a bit OP mode. Tree that popped out of the ground. If there was a solid tree there, I could obviously fire a winch out and climb up here, but it's just going to give me one of those trees that fly out. By default, certain trucks have them. This stream is featuring mods. I might have missed some. That was, yeah, Submarine Tatran. Certainly is. And it's got the suspension that's like doesn't get damaged, which again is nice because if I remember rightly, this thing can, like the normal in-game version, you can just hit a rock a bit awkwardly. Oh yeah, I've still got my winch on. I'm dragging that tree behind me. That's right, bitch. Like Red Dead Redemption. Right, well I'll leave the submarine there. What was I supposed to? Oh yeah, I was getting a goddamn horse. Oh no, didn't I get one? Oh, there he is. Look, goddamn professional. I sent SnowRunner an email. Yeah, I have all of Fox's trucks on. Yeah, I don't know with that, and that is weird. I've never even seen that error message on anything. Like I said, I had mods that have gone a bit weird, and they won't let me load them or whatever. But that depended, or where do you keep saying? I'm sure it was depended. Yeah, I've never seen anything like that. Same thing is going on with me, but I'm on Xbox. It stopped working when all my mods had to load back in from a console restart. Yeah, I wonder, I have no idea. That in that case, I'd probably check like the SnowRunner forums, see if there's any like official kind of like thread and talk going on about that sort of stuff. Crane can actually manage it. For the size of the crane, this is definitely bigger than the little cranes. Obviously not quite as big as the big cranes, but the normal one was pretty weak. But one, this is Bartelby's version. Two, I've got the stronger cranes mod. But as you can see, unless it's fully retracted, another thing, like, I don't know why cranes suck so bad on this game. Like, I'm trying to lift it up now, but I just can't. Like, they break a little bit more each week as well. That'll do. Yeah. It's getting packed. Back to the daylight. So is that you're saying you've got it but happening on Xbox. Is that the same like Fox's mod, the off-road trailer pack, or is that just like you're getting a similar thing but on different mods, or more than one? Wolf, my comment was to Bobby, who asked about the balloon tyres. Ah, fair enough. Road by choice. Oh, that's what she said. Wasn't as big. Exactly. Wow. Not to me. Oh yeah, where's that trailer? Along here, wasn't it? I won't draw all the lines properly, but basically... I hope if I activate the mission... Do I take the trailer there on its own, or... I may as well just go and get some metal beams and then just take it along the way. Wolf, yeah, the same trailer mod. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with that. I'll have to, yeah, I wouldn't know how to get hold of Fox either. Sometimes he pops in the live streams, but obviously because there's not been a lot going on in the game for a while. I'm not sure if he's still playing SnowRunner or anything, or if he's on to other games now. Just fling a winch out, but try and do it properly. Bit of reversing, that was a terrible... This is why. You imagine me in real life trying to reverse a trailer. Well, it probably wouldn't go disastrously, but I definitely wouldn't, I don't know. You know, like if you had to, just reversing a trailer in a yard and all that wouldn't bother me. Particularly if I owned the trailer, because I don't mind damaging my own shit. But I wouldn't really like reversing somebody else's 50 grand's worth of trailer around multiple thousands of pounds worth of like other vehicles and buildings and all sorts. Yeah, like I said once where I lived, kind of up the road there was a little roundabout, and there was some gypsies that had drove and got... It was like a big long truck, say like that 10-wheel truck I had, imagine that with a big box cab thing on the back, and then it was also towing a trailer that was like another massive box thing, and then it was towing a caravan behind that, which was a pretty big caravan for a towable one, probably like a good 25-footer. So it's like 3 sections, and he got stuck on this little roundabout, and I was just walking on my way to work, and I just remember thinking I would never ever want to be in that situation. God knows how he got out of it. But yeah, no consoles has mods as well. It certainly does. PC has more mods and more freedom in mods, but still consoles have got mods. Yeah, that's one thing where, like, sort of credit where it's due. I know they promised it, so it's one of them where it's like you got to deliver on what you say, because they sold copies based off it. But they have added mods to this game, even on the consoles, which is fairly rare in the scheme of things. I'd say, yeah, the PC is the wild west of mods, and it's just most companies have given up even trying to stop modders, and so they should. It's like, just let them do what they want. They're going to buy your game and stuff if they're going to mod on it. So yeah, just let it be. But the fact that we actually have mods, so that even like, say those new Land Rovers, I'm not suggesting they're not worth it. So if anyone hasn't got them, you're not missing out on a lot. But at some point, if not already, there'll be mods in the mods thing that are versions of that new Land Rover that have got, you know, better tyres, just modders that have fixed them up to be a proper vehicle. So and that's another reason why even people who are generally anti-mods, it's like there's certain vehicles in this game that people have just made a good, sensible version of the truck where it just works as it should. So yeah, it's handy that we can have that. User recently that said that he's going to update all his mods. Oh, is that, yeah. Is that Fox? Which, yeah, again, like, thanks to all the modders, because, well, yeah, I get to use the mods. And especially each time they have to update them and that, it's... yeah, it's kind of like a reoccurring thing, but it's cool that they do it. Out of curiosity, when was I supposed to turn off? So I could just turn off up this river. That's pretty cool. I quite like cutting up there, actually. Big trailers are easy to back up than small trailers. They're more controllable. Yeah, I'd also say just the fact that this is on like the saddle or whatever, and so like reversing a 4-slot ramped flatbed in this game is, as near as makes no difference, impossible. There might be certain situations, maybe in a perfectly flat yard on this game you might be able to do it, but yeah, the resistance on the road and just that trailer is a shocker. But I sort of get what you mean, like with this longer trailer. I certainly don't have a lot of experience with reversing and parking trailers, but just from the feel of it, I kind of get what you're saying. It's sort of, I don't know, you've got more chance to swing one end of the trailer about, it feels anyway. Bobby Scarpa? Oh wow, sweet. Is that the, yeah, console mods? Mark, ask him why I'm having trouble. It could just be some kind of bug with it, but yeah, it's weird that, like, I'm on PS4 as well. And well, someone else said, yeah, on Xbox, so... It's just one of those weird things. Like I said it the other week with mods I've used, that the modder M181, and I don't want to knock his mods. I've tried them. I've liked all his mods. One of them was I think it was the long-nosed Collog, and it just kept blue screening me like every half an hour. I was trying to do a mission with that like ages ago, and I just could never get the footage for the mission because it just kept yeah, just blue screening me, and then it won't let me save the footage. Of course you don't winch to the bloody thing that's right behind you. Could do with getting the old loaf. Could have done with a crane. See, here might be a good example. Yeah. See how it's not letting me winch to the service trailer? That's just a stick next to it. So it's like... This is where the winches are just generally breaking in this game, and it's like, I don't know what... It's not giving me any of the loaf winches either. So it was basically everything I was like attached to before. And yeah, that's how quick a loaf gets himself out of trouble. So he can winch to it. He's a goddamn professional, but still. Is it just because the trailer? To that as well. Loaf down. He was. Never usually for long. There we go. I've noticed it takes a little longer on this map. He still digs himself a loaf hole, generally speaking, and just kind of locks in place, but it's not always as quick as it was on the other maps. So that's another thing I don't like with winches. When the winch gets like 6 foot or whatever, it just has no power to keep retracting after that. What are we stuck on? A rock. And at least one of the few that still feels like it actually builds up tension. This might not work, but for the hell of it, I'll give it a go. It's right over there. Autonomous would have been nice. Is it going to give me the winch points back there? There we go. So we can catch it on the end of step deck. On. That's an annoying bug. Kobe, I would use the off-road. I don't know. Handbrake. Right, let's see if we can use that tree to bump him on. At this point, it's a bit of messing around, but you gotta try these things. You don't know unless you try. Oh, goddamn horse. What I need to do really. Let's get out of the way of those tree branches first. Oh, why did you do it, game? Of course you do, that's why I'm caught on a tree branch. I knew it was going to bite me. Those wheels will hook under. It's that tree branch I'm on. There we go. And drop off that end. Let's give it a go. His wheel's gone under. You know, I might just lock him on like that. Right, flies back off. Out of the many mods I've tried, only had one that blue screened my game. I've not had that many, to be fair. Let's see. Whatever keeps flinging me back, fuck it. First thing I'm going to do. Get that trailer near. What am I? I'm hooked on something. I'm still convinced it could be that tree. I'm just going to do a lap now. Loop around. Look at it, it'll winch everything except what you want. There's another thing the game is phenomenal at. The damn horse. No. In fact, let's just go and get the metal beams first. I'm gonna have to get back this way anyway. No, you don't bring them trees down. I should have put, oh no, I don't know if you can, I was going to say I should have put a little crane on this, would have made it a lot easier. Although I could have got on the trailer just fucking around there enough, but I think it was that tree branch just kept firing me backwards. As soon as I let the winch off, it was just firing me backwards off the trailer. Hey Mr. Lone Wolf, how's it going, bud? I'm not too bad, cheers, dude. This is doing more. Funnily enough, after all that, so I don't really need to bring the trailer. Hooked on, what's that, phonics? The OP boss boss mode tree branches on this game. Oh, is it still on from the last mission? That's nice. Fuel, what's that looking like? 1150. Should be enough metal beams. Come on guys, smash that like button for Mr. Lone Wolf. I appreciate it. Oh no, shit. Let's go get my trailer. Yeah. Not be good for the suspension. At this point, actually, possible change of plan. Oh no, it's not going to let me, is it? It's saddle low. You bastard. I have to say, it's not the trailer's fault, modders or whatever. It's such a shit idea having saddle high and saddle low. Fuck it, just out of principle. I'm changing it over. It's like, does it really matter game? I might as well just get a trailer from there, so I'll be back there in a few minutes. Still, the fact that you can't change a saddle high or to a saddle low or whatever at a trailer store is, yeah, another way where it's just as if it's like they just find petty ways like that to nerf your experience. It's like, oh no, we can't let them have all the trailers. There's got to be some cost. There's got to be something involved that we've got to do. Sorry, on and through quick game. Only 2 scouts that use the loaf and the R privateer. That's true. Like the loaf, as a few people saying in the comments yesterday, we were just sort of saying about scouts and that, and yeah, the loaf's one of the few that's got enough weight to it as a scout. Like it's one of the few that can actually sink in water, which for the vast majority of reasons is better because it means you can cross deeper rivers and all that, and you can actually still reach the touch the floor and drive along. And yeah, it's, I don't know, it's like, it's not too heavy that if you tow it behind you it's going to drag or anything like that. You can fit it in the sideboard. Up until extremely recently the cranes could lift it with no issues. That's just more a broken crane issue really at the minute. Yeah, and most scouts, the reason why I think most scouts struggle in like deep mud and deep snow is because you seem to have like a surface layer, whether it's snow or mud really, that has no grip and you're just going to wheel spin, and you have to kind of squidge through that to reach the layer underneath that's got a bit more grip and all the rest of it. But scouts just in general, or trucks with smaller tyres, they either haven't got enough weight or their wheels just aren't physically tall enough to squidge through that first layer and reach the bottom. And even if it did, it's like, say the loaf as an example, by the time its wheels are touching the bottom, its entire chassis is deep enough in the mud that you're now not just driving the wheels through the mud, you're driving the whole chassis. And it's the same for trucks, like, it's just that obviously a lot of trucks have bigger tyres, and the game in general has been balanced to facilitate that kind of size of tyre. But yeah, Loaf's one of the few that actually just, it's weighted well, it's balanced well, it's got like doing the Land Rover review video. It can drag trailers up the quarry hill way easier than just about any other Scout, with the exception of a few, like the Tatrin, but that's a bit of a special case scenario Scout. But that's also very heavy to tow behind you, can't really fit in the sideboard. I don't even think there's a winch point where you could lift it with a crane, and the crane would be too gutless to lift it anyway. So, yeah, just all sorts of reasons where I just end up the old goddamn horse is the one. It's rare that I use Scouts, even though I bought the Land Rover pack. Same here, to be honest, dude. I've bought, yeah, the Land Rover pack, I bought every single one there is, and I pretty much test them, review them, and that's it, they gather dust. I don't think I've driven Jeep Wranglers since I bought them and did that. I've certainly not driven like the Apache or anything. What other stuff was there? I can't even remember. For the most part, the only truck that I use from the DLC mainly is the Navistar. And that's probably the only DLC I would actually recommend as such. It's not gonna break your game if you ain't got it, but it's pretty cheap as far as the DLC goes, and it's actually pretty decent. Never heard of them. Mark Road, to be honest, I don't use Scouts anymore. Not even mod ones. No, a lot of the mod ones, they may well be very good. I'm not like anti them or anything like that. I just, yeah, they don't. This game it makes a lot more sense to use trucks. And obviously, like, even the loaf, I do take a loaf pretty much everywhere, but I'm taking it with a truck. Like, he's the perfect companion to a truck. It now gives trucks roof racks essentially in this game and all sorts by taking a loaf with me, but yeah, like that's why is most of the time it's I've got him with a truck. So is it, yeah, 4 of them. I can't really unpack them now. It's a bit late, but I believe yeah, I could have used those ramps. We could still give it a go, just for a bit of messing. It would have been easier if I hadn't packed the metal beams to just drive the loaf onto the trailer. We can test something. I'd start but use them way more now that I understand the game. Shit, keep hitting that button. Rob some of them again. I only bought 49X and Brigadier. Yeah, true. The 49X I wanted to like, it's just particularly the map we got it on. It's too much wheel spin for my liking, but I... well, if it had better tyres, I think it would help. But I liked the truck. And then, yeah, the Brigadier was another one where we got that on like the Chimcharuski maps and everything, didn't we? Can you bump his back end up? Good, but he slipped off on that one. See there when it was stuck, but even though I didn't get a winch point, just by hitting the winch button, I don't know, it just helps. Normally you have to get like, floor it. If these ramps were not ridiculously narrow, it would help. So why is it saying no winch points? It's not even only along the trailer. Well, Let's see if we can pack him then on the, just on the ramps. These ramps would be a little bit wider because the hitboxes just aren't accurate enough on this game. I'm pretty much on the outside of both tyres, but you try to pull forward and it's forcing me to turn left. It's not me like there. It's not me turning. It's a bit of a crap effort, but he's on. Out of curiosity then, if I do activate the ramps, it does happen. Oh, so it doesn't lift it. Anyway, privateer is a Yar on attachment frame. I did look at using that. The only reason I didn't in the end was I think the size of the mod was more memory than I could even, like, I couldn't download it at the time. I need to clear out a few more of my mods, really. Maybe now would be a good time for the light bar that weighs the front end down. Probably not though, no. That light bar is, yeah, just not good. I remember I mentioned, I'm sure I did in the loaf review. Originally, I believe I had footage of it, but my loaf review ended up going for like an hour and 20 minutes, and it wouldn't let me. It doesn't let me upload a video that's like longer than an hour. Well, it probably would have let me upload it. It's not YouTube. I think it's like the PlayStation, just the share factory thing. But yeah, that light, the roll cage thing you can put on the front of the loaf, and it gives you some extra fog lights. It makes it heavier at the front, but I don't know, it just messes with the whole thing. I think they're really reversing up. You see, the first time I did it, I bumped my back end up, but I can't put any left and right steering because those ramps are so wide that I'm basically like just catching the inner edge of each one. If the ramps were a little bit wider, so they could have like a scout width kind of on them without being just right on the edge, yeah, I definitely reckon I could get that done. I could now, but it's one of them on the live stream. I don't want to keep everyone waiting. In my own time, I'd happily sit there for half an hour giving it a go. I'm going over the rocks. It's fair enough on that one. Put your cargo in the storehouse, load and reload the cargo. Oh, can you put it, yeah, does it work like that on this one where you can transfer it back and store it? I suppose, yeah, it would, wouldn't it? Because you can build the cargo there and everything. I don't think I've ever I tried that mechanic, I'm sure. Was it on Season 2 when we got that option? Stupid trees that just pop out. A bit of choice of 50 million winches. Do you know what I think? Hooked on something. What is it? That's the question. Something. Whatever it is, it's got me locked pretty good, because even the winches aren't doing a lot. Why game devs? Bending that tree pretty well. We did move a little bit. What am I stuck on though? Is it just that ramp? I don't know. The thing with the ramp, it's facing the way that it'd drag it. I was caught there like it's dug in like a spade. It helps if I look where I'm going. Oh shit. giant rock, all kinds of room to easily go around it. The wolf still runs it over. Certainly do. I'm not even looking where I'm going half the time. It's anyone's guess. Let's try that. Maybe I don't know if it is them, to be honest. I don't really see anything else that's catching. What's... Does it have... Yeah, it's got the legs there. Doesn't seem to be too bad. Let's change it to the middle of the day again. Keep cleaning winches out. On that let's see if that changes anything. Oh yeah, I forgot that was the trailer, didn't I? No, it's not that then. There's something else on this trailer that's getting caught. I'm not entirely sure what though. Whatever it is, it's got me pretty good. Drives the way the crow flies. Probably could have before, but certainly not with this trailer. Get the fucking thing I want. Let's have a look. When we're on the bridge, it's nice and level. At least then you can normally see if it, like, which bit's the lowest. Turn for the Lord God. Yeah, the legs don't really look too much an issue. Feels like it's more there. Not quite the first set of tyres, but I don't know. It's just a gut feeling, but. Do I have anything else? Do you know what, I'm just going to take this trailer. It's the river I've got to cut up, isn't it? Oh shit, I've got to go around that bend and everything. Alright, to get to there. Yeah, it looks like you can just kind of rally up that bit. Steve Neely, it's the ramp. Maybe, but after I pulled it in or anything, I was still locked in place for a bit until I fired some winches out. But it wouldn't surprise me the way the hitboxes are in this game, even though the ramps are kind of lying backwards where you drag them, they wouldn't really dig in. Obviously the hitboxes are a bit weird on this game, but I'm caught again now, but it's a bit more obvious now. It's about there, like, I've just got the trailer where it looks like it's not scraping anymore, but it sort of is now. It's catching sort of what feels like a couple of axle sizes like in front of that first rear tyre. Even now still as well, it doesn't look like anything on the trailer is touching the floor, but is there a rock or anything, or is there, could be roots in the ground? I don't know specifically, I've not really paid much attention to them. What am I winching on? So when you get a proper tree, which again is part of the reason why they've put crappy trees everywhere. So I think they don't like the fact that we can just fire a winch out and grab a solid tree, so they were like, right, put crappy trees everywhere that'll pop out of the ground. Has to be the ramps dragging on the ground. Yeah, maybe, but I don't know, because after I folded them away there was it was doing it again and it just did it there. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not, like, I doubt the ramps help, but I think there is something else as well. I don't even know where the fucking there it is. Tip. Isn't a whole lot I can do around it. Bye. Well, long story short, I would probably not suggest an 8 slot. In fact, patch that. Yeah, delete trailer. Do I delete the cargo? No, there's no point. I may as well get something with a crane. Didn't even kill those trees at the end. Right, let's get something with a crane, a decent one, yeah, not that one. I can just take a saddle low again, so I can fit 2. Goliath, yeah, sod it. Too long to choose it, it certainly was. Same. GING with my default 8 slot and club. Now it's crane time. Yeah, the 8 slot definitely wasn't too happy on this map. For the most part, this trailer, at least it used to, it does kind of act like a sled, so even if the back is theoretically getting caught, it'll just drag it along anyway. John, Mark, Hughes, AJL, Bruce. That's true actually. Could have could have grabbed one. I'll probably grab one to do. I'm going to have to do 2 runs, I assume. Not really going to be able to fit all the metal beams in this trailer. Just not really David. I've got loads. Got good use out of it. What's that? The 8 slot. The thing is with this game, it wasn't really designed, I don't think, with an 8 slot in mind. Like when they added it, however far into the game, it's just most places you take it, it just doesn't physically fit in the map. Like they've put, you know, lampposts and stuff on the inside of corners that you can't physically drive the truck around it with the trailer. Again, I've used the 8 slots. I've got some use out of it here and there. For the most part, it probably has trolled me more than it's saved in the long run, though. But it's still nice that it's there. You can give it like an attempt and see how it goes. It's certainly tempting because you can fit all the cargo on it and get some things done in a single run. There is some maps where the 8 slots are pretty handy. Some of the Alaskan maps, if you had to run something from, I don't know, what's it called, Northport to the other map that's like 3 maps over, you can mostly do like road driving there, and they're fairly sweeping bends and all the rest of it. To be fair, on this map, it's only really from like the garage to up here. There's only really, well, that's definitely the main corner, that one and that one. Which, to be honest, if I'm there, what I did earlier was cut across this bit and go back, and then I'd join the road there. So what I probably should have done, instead of trying to make that corner, is just tried to use them trees and cut straight. But yeah, either way, it's only really this little section here that's going to be a big nightmare for the 8 slot. The rest where I'm driving now actually probably wouldn't be that punishing, really. Pedro Bay, yeah, that's the one. Not heard that for a while. Goliath 6 is probably my favourite mod. It's definitely up there. That's what she said. Yeah, I'd easily say it's one of my favourite, like this, the iceberg. I do like that like Dakar truck that's been added recently. That might be Z2, is it? I have to say, I did like that mod. Obviously it's a race truck and all that. You probably can have trailers, which is cool, but just as like how it handles and everything, it's nice. Turn around first. The bandit crane isn't usually too bad. It's probably getting on to like the best crane in the game at the minute. Today beams. What's it all about though? See now though, it's auto extending the crane. I was trying to get it to retract a little bit there, but it wasn't letting me. Thankfully it still did lift everything though. Cargo, restore crane. I mean I could fear it. Do I do it? Yeah, fuck it, they are. put one on there that's a little bit iffy. Just wear one like a hat. Decided to do a 360, I'm not entirely sure. It's not helping really that I'm on like an awkward hill. Well, not majorly awkward, but for some reason the cranes really don't like being used unless they're on like level ground. Otherwise the inputs you do on the remote just don't seem to make sense to it. I could go this way, but yeah, it'd be awkward. But in theory I could cut up there and go between those trees. How long that loose metal on the trailer is going to last, we'll see. Max Pack Sprinter can have trailers attached, yeah, that's pretty cool as well, makes it useful. Overall, I mean, that Max Truck Pack thing, in theory, with just that one mod, you've got a hell of a lot of, like, just about every vehicle in the game and a lot of different variations of them. But yeah, certainly a mod I'd recommend. As I said, I only sort of don't put it on because there's so much choice that it's a lot to scroll through when I'm just in the middle of a live stream trying to find a specific vehicle. Yeah, it adds like an extra 100 different mod things I've got to scroll through, but that's just specific to me kind of doing it on a live stream. But yeah, it's a good pack. I've used it like back when it first came out. I used it a lot. I'm not sure how well it shows up, but I can hear all like the metal clanking around. It adds like a metal noise when you're carrying the beams these days, which, yeah, pretty cool. Yeah, I'm certain they're going to fall off. I knew they would. They just had to do it. It's like the game knows. Say a mod in the Army Fox's crane suites thought that might be affected. The off-road trailers, but no. Crane tweaks, I'm not even sure if I've seen that one or not. Should be right from here. Oh, you fucking kidding me. Why would I even say it? The other one then. So this game just invent, I don't know, new mechanics. Just like a Wheel of Fortune wheel. It just cranks that and just makes it up as it goes along. Right, now I'm just going to grab that trailer. So, and yeah, where's AGL Bruce? Did I have one on the map? thought I already had one. I've got one in the garage, but I'm sure I already had one built out somewhere, unless it's on a different map. The cranes in MudRunner are a nightmare to use. If I remember correctly, yeah, they were awkward, but it was only for grabbing the logs rather than, like, at least in this sense you can just fling a cable to something just to lift it up. The nice thing about them, though, it was when you did grab a log, it held onto it a lot better than I think the log cranes do in this game. But yeah, I'm sure I remember that they weren't exactly the highlight of the game to use. Oh, so this must already be done up. Maybe this is the one then. I'm sure I had a green one though. Is that all the add-ons from the Arc Toss? Or whatever it's called. I can't remember if you could get these before. Let's just get that. Nice to have a, like, fast gearbox for the old Bruce. Born to run, baby. Born to run. Oh, loves it. That tree. I'll admit, it's my fault. The last minute it's like, oh no, left, no right. Straight ahead. They are, I remember the lumber, at least the log and crane, being way better in MudRunner. From what I remember, they pick up the logs more convincingly and all the rest of it. But yeah, I think they just took a bit to get your head round. Like, they're a bit weird with the camera angle and that. But once you get used to it, it sort of made a bit more sense. Like, so you can sort of see why in this version they just did it where, like, there's not really a crane grabber arm thing or anything. You just, once you're over a piece of cargo, you just press the winch button and it attaches a winch, which is a good thing, really. It's a much just better, simpler way of doing it. Some gets to motoring. It's got nice tall suspension as well, which is good for Bruce's chin. Main thing I like about this is that the suspension's tall, but it's very firm, so it's not like a big boat or anything. Like, you're not absolutely bouncing down on the suspension all the time. It actually, like, can seriously handle its own weight. But for whatever reason, I'm catching the chin here. That's obviously not really the suspension's fault. It's not so solid that it's making it like a pogo stick. It's not springing me around like, like a lunatic. See, I do like that word. The off-road trailer pack has a 6-slot step deck. Yeah, true. It probably was there in the list somewhere. I just, once I see the trailer, like the shape, the right shape, I just pick it, and I always forget to specifically pick like the off-road one or the stock version and stuff. But yeah, it's pretty cool that you can get the 6-slot in the step deck. If they did that in the game, that'd remove a lot of reason for me to have to take like a sideboard and that bloody ramped 4-slot flatbed thing, whatever it's called. The dickhead of a trailer. 1,000 torques. How much power do you want? Yes, exactly. And all else fails, power will solve all of life's issues. You do pay for it with the old fuel in this one, but it's got a nice fat juicy tank, so. Get yourself a loaf, some extra fuel. Oh yeah, maybe that's where my green AGL is. Didn't I use it on Chimcharuski or whatever it's called? Bag of loaf while we're here. Let's see what this cream can handle it or not. Well, it's a quick one. Oh, that's way more like it. That's way better. It's quicker cargo rotation. Unless I just got lucky, but what the hell is going on? I feel like I'm just stuck. That's good. Yeah, like that. I don't know. Seems alright, I'm kind of flinging it around like a lunatic, but it appeared to work more like it should. Just frame pack, just gonna get this trailer. How much longer are you streaming for? I'm not too sure actually, 2:17. I'll go and do this mission, probably have a look what the next mission is, maybe do one or two more, yeah. It's hard to say. I'm probably not going to be streaming for like another 2 or 3 hours or anything like that. Otherwise I'll pretty much probably complete the the map tonight if I do that. But yeah, I'm not planning on like turning it off in 10 minutes or anything. So far I've not really seen what the next missions are. Get this done quickly and we'll check it out. Oh yeah, check it first. Actually have the winch point on the trailer. So it's nice to be able to do this to the train. Once it trolls you, I spat out a loaf and just winch it. But it's nice to, every now and then, to get in something that just absolutely ignores whatever stats they had in mind for each different type of terrain. Kick more mod. Raises Bruce's chin. Yeah, true. He could do like a chin dilly. Yeah, I don't want to go this way, but we'll see. I'm sure these rocks used to be a bit of a troll. I've not really got a trailer that's going to get caught on them too badly. Can you climb the tree? I let off, I kind of lost a bit of its momentum as well. Didn't really help. Swung far too much. Fact. Deep. That's what she said. It is. Can't skip for a biscuit. What we know about plan C or D? Curious to try something. If I winch, if I'm on the bridge, can I kind of walk vehicle along the water. Not like the old days when we went for 5 hours. That's true. If there was a bit more stuff to do, it'd probably be easier to just, yeah, get lost in it all and do 5 hours, but I'm just kind of always conscious that I'm eating through the actual stuff we've got left for Season 7. So... I should be able to zombie launch it. Can I just drive forward there, or is it going to just swerve into the bridge and catch? Yeah. Pretty much. I fucking don't like these tyre things. If you could knock them over, I'd be fine with it. We lunched on something else. Is it choosing? Out of curiosity. Oh, that's fair enough then. Each like bridge support is counting as a winch. What's going on now? Is that just the river current? I think it is as well. It's like pinning me into the bridge. Handbrake. Yeah, handbrake. What's that? What will this reach? It's on him. It's on the goddamn horse. See, 3 vehicles. It will always pick the one you didn't want. Funnily enough, it always picks the one you're not looking at. Hence why it just must always end up being the wrong one. Always gets himself out. See, another thing I could have done, but I don't know, well, more with the current, it'd probably swerve towards me. If I went in the water on the other side of the bridge, the current would pull me away. I should be able to attach a winch. I'm just pulling myself into the edge, and then like zombie winch and walk it along the bridge, even though it's in the water. But like that, I think the current would just slam me into the bridge, and I'd get stuck on the on like each beam of the bridge. Below. I mean, it finds everything except the vehicle. Like to the point that's got to be purposely done that way. AGL's crane is pretty good. Yeah, that I felt like actually lifted the load with some degree of confidence rather than just giving up. You should take this truck down the White Valley runway, see how far you'll fly. That's true. You could take a few high-speed trucks off to White Valley. Let's see actually, just on pure stubbornness, how awful this way would be. Definitely with that tree there, yeah, that's what kind of ruins going this way. So that rocks are always going to kind of force me that far over. So it's probably not, it's not too bad coming the other way because you're kind of downhill and all the rest of it, but yeah, going that way. Especially if I had like an 8 slot as well, probably wouldn't go that smoothly. Never like a puppet, yeah. Look at a zombie winch. Season 8 I think has 4 maps. Yeah, from what I've heard it's going to be. I've not seen or heard anything about what sort of maps they are or names or anything. I did hear that there was supposed to be 4. Which, yeah, it'd be good if there is, because at least between 4 maps there's got to be a certain amount of content. Like I said, overall it's a shame, because I actually really like this map. I think it's one of the better maps they've ever given us. But it's not one of the best seasons because there's not a lot to do on it. And the DLC vehicles, as much as I do like the Land Rovers, I like the look of them and whatever, yeah, they're pretty useless as far as like anything to do with the game is concerned, really. And like someone said in the comments, which I agree with, I just gotta touch the trailer into the box. Sound like something, that's what she said. What the hell? Did it just like skim the trailer? Well, either way, that's one in the bag. 11 grand. Yeah, well, it's 4 metal beams, so it's probably should pay about 15 for that. That's not too bad. Right. What do we get next then? So we've got 3 more and that's it. Service station. So we've got a Yar, Chevrolet, Chevy, and an International. They're all kind of in this corner. Trying to think which. I can't remember which mod it was where you used to get like a big trailer, but it was like a big deep sideboard trailer. Just gonna check quickly what this gets in the trailer store. Did I see the Azov racer truck mod in your garage? I believe so, yeah. Definitely not this mod. I suppose in worst case we'll just go with a normal sideboard. 4 maps and farming, I've heard. Yeah, that's true. I did hear something about farming as well. Which again, I think they're the ones that own the farming simulator game, so at least they've already got... So at least they already kind of not just know what they're doing, but they're already going to have some stuff on file to do with that, rather than just having to, like, yeah, do it all from scratch. Tow truck time. Yeah, that's true, actually. I didn't actually take that one out, did I? I don't really know if it's gonna work. I'm sure it'll work, but I don't know how much use it's gonna be. It's only scouts I've got to collect. I don't think there is any trucks, is there? I could do more, really. I swear I did not touch either trigger to plant that button at the end. How did that do that? Is it? Oh, that was weird. Let's just have a quick look at it. The air brakes squeaking or something. Well, don't know. Control. What's it say? Evacuator. Oh, is that what was making the noise? So how do I? Not even sure how I control the thing on the back. Yeah, I'm gonna forget that one for now. What the hell was that? A heavy crane. Something that had a sideboard, really, but yeah, it's going to just make me get the ramp flatbed, I'm guessing. It will take devs 10 months for it. Yeah, that's the thing. We'll have it by Christmas if we're lucky. Give this a go. Trailer just hook on anything for a living. Yeah, I'm good line as well. That's a goddamn horse. A good benchmark to see if this crane, what it does. It's pretty quick. far as it can go. It's not the longest of cranes, but it's just about that rock floating in the air. I've got that up there. Actually, set of course. Store crane. Just put a box or something behind this writing so you can actually see the bloody thing. Right, let's give this a go. My favourite season content wise, I don't know, lots of stuff to do. Yeah, was that like whatever it's called, Chimcheruvsky and I suppose that Northern Aegis, was it all that? Yeah, overall it was quite a good season if we're going for the same ones. Oh yeah, this is one that horn that's like technically loud but incredibly quiet. I quite like this mod as well. It's sort of a little bit like the Dolphin, but it's obviously got a much better designed chin where it's just naturally a slope that kind of bounces up and over everything instead of getting stuck on it. Looks like praying mantis. Yeah, true, it is that. I'd say overall it's a pretty good mod. I think this season I first used it on. I think it was like factory grounds and all that. Yeah, overall I quite like the look. It's decent enough on power. It's certainly it's not like OP crazy mode. To be fair, with that AGL I was just driving, I did put like the million torque engine in or whatever it is. There is other slightly more sane options. Well, I suppose I might as well grab that and kind of loop around that way. I think that might be the second stage. Fourth gear then. Needs to be a little bit more forgiving and I can drop behind on it. It's more like it. It's a good crane. The only thing is, it's a little bit short, so I can't go far enough now to kind of tuck the yard under the crane and then do it that way. See if we can do it like so the trailer's on an angle, but and at least it's, yeah, got plenty of guts to hold even this in the air, like, which is yeah, doing it pretty well. It's just now though, I've not got enough reach on it. It's a shame. So it's just not going to let me pack it. Slip off in a minute. It's not giving me the option to pack. I'm not even sure I've ever been on this road yet. It's kind of further on the edge of the map from the main road along the bottom. It'd be cool if we made some kind of AI for racing in solo, so you can actually race, not just drive around. True, yeah, that would be pretty cool. It shouldn't be that difficult either, particularly on the actual racetrack. Hey, funnily enough, a game I bought yesterday as well. I had a little quick go on it earlier. What's it called? Manhunt, like the old game that got banned years ago on PlayStation 2. And yeah, I even paid full price for it. It was like 12 quid, which I rarely if ever do, but I went and checked on the PS store and it was there, and I just kind of figured, I'm surprised it's there and they haven't removed it. So while it's actually there, normally what I would do is just kind of stubbornly wait until it drops in price, but I kind of thought with that, I'd rather get it before they come up with some reason to ban it again. But yeah, I wasn't necessarily planning on doing a live stream with it, whether I do a live stream or do some videos. Just an old game I remember that, like I said, it sort of got banned. I remember a few people that had it. It must have been a friend of a friend that had it, because I remember playing it a little bit, but not. I would have played it more if it was like a mate of mine that had the game. I probably would have played on the game a lot more, but it must have just been like someone else's house that I kind of knew through somebody. I remember playing it for like an afternoon, and then watching somebody else play it. Sure, that's what she said. Certainly is. Got the Kaiser. Has girth but no length. That is the problem. It's a shame as well. It's a solid crane other than that. It flings this thing around like it was nothing. Even now, it's obviously just holding it there. It's not really making me tip too crazy or anything either. My gear is definitely a bit moany. Well, again, it's not really that. It's just that the map is forcing me to stay in the first gear at the minute. And unless you get like OP levels of power to break through their nerf coding, it just kind of forces you to go this slow. Like you can hear from the revs that it's not revving up to full whack. Can we see the speedo? If I can get a magnifying glass to see them. This is the kind of truck where Someone will be like, are the gauges okay? Like, yeah, I think so. And then just ignore them. As I said, a car we had once, yeah, Renault Laguna, I'm sure it was. Somebody had genuinely put a piece of black tape over the engine light. And it worked, because we bought the car, we didn't even realise it had the black tape on it for God knows how long. Probably about a few days before the thing finally died and gave up. But yeah, it blended in so well, even though it was black tape on like the clear glass screen thing or whatever that stops you from being able to touch the actual rev counter and all the rest of it. It was just with the dust that had accumulated, it blended in bloody well. And yeah, we didn't see the engine light for years. It was a shame we found it, because then we knew it had an engine problem. But ignorance is bliss. It's either right idea. That was the same Renault Laguna as well that had, when you shut the bonnet on it, one of the clips was missing. So when you're driving down the motorway, one side of the bonnet was flapping like mad. It's like one day that is just going to come up and wrap itself around the windscreen. We're not going to be able to see where we're going. But we took the chance. Touch wood. The car died before it ever killed us along with it. Apart from an extra bit of speed, it's a nice little route to take. Quite like a bit of water driving when it actually sort of makes you do it, rather than just some random shortcut I take. Yara is actually bigger than it looks. It's true, it is. I've actually got it like next to this truck. But particularly if you sit like a loaf. I'm sure even in one of the videos, I can't remember if it was the Jeep Wrangler or something, I parked near. I've got a Yar on Lake Coved that I often crash into on a Tesla Jeff special. But yeah, it is. It's a big old Scout. Obviously I'd like to just load onto the trailer, but the only way I could do it really is disconnect the trailer, reverse alongside it, put the R on, reconnect the trailer and do it that way, but just stubbornness really. I'm not gonna. My first video game was Atari 2600 Space Invaders. One joystick, one button. That's true. I think it wasn't, say, my first game, but I believe the first game I ever played was Pong or whatever it was. It must have been one of the Ataris, but I can't necessarily remember which one. I think it was like where you had the little remote and almost like a volume knob on it. I'm sure you used to turn that and it'd make the thing on the side of the screen go up and down so you could bounce the ball back. And then, yeah, the first game I technically had that was mine was when my dad got me the Sega Mega Drive with Road Rash. Which, funnily enough, when I was playing that TT game, was it? Well, it's been the last couple of days where I've had a quick go on it, and yeah, on some of the races you end up catching other riders up, and as soon as I caught one up, I couldn't help. I was ramming into him, rammed him into a lamppost and all sorts. Definitely got the old Road Rash rage coming back on. Subtitle, we'll have to go then and take payments. I'll see you on the next week's stream. Yeah, I appreciate it, dude. Get well soon with the old leg and everything. Yeah, hope it all gets better for you, and I'll most likely see you on next week's stream. Stephen Breakout, Commodore 64. I can't remember if I've ever played that or not. I've certainly heard of the name. It's one of them where I don't really know the names of a lot of those old ones. I'd need to see, like, oh yeah, shit, it's this bridge, isn't it? That I've deconstructed. I'd have to just Google a picture of it or something. I'd know from the look of it if I've either played it or at least if someone I know owned one or something. Why is that rock? Looked like it had a pair of eyes in it. Like a face. Then you move it that way, fuck knows. Got my eye on it though. Like the first consoles I really remember us all having, like when we were kids, and I was kind of growing up for a few years with it as well, was yeah, the SNES and the NES, or probably the way around. It's like the Nintendo and then the Super Nintendo thing. And yeah, then I had the Mega Drive. Like I said, eventually my brother Adam got the PS1. I had a Game Boy. Remember them back in the day? Yeah, they were cool though back then. Well, they still would be now, really. I suppose it's the modern equivalent, like a game on your iPhone or something these days. And the Game Boy Color. Oh god, when that came out. Bounce the ball to break bricks. That does ring a bell, but I can't remember if I played that on... if it'd be on like the Commodore 64 then, or if it was... I don't know. I've kind of got a few memories in my head of like old computers that we used to have, but... yeah, I'm sure one of them's got to be that Atari. I think it was Atari anyway that I played that Pong game on. Oh, goddamn horse. Yeah, I just remember I was extremely young, like when I played that Pong game. It was, yeah, just about old enough to be able to know that I've got to move the little thing up and down the screen. That was about it. Any game more complicated than that, I probably wouldn't have known what I was doing. I still remember this game. I've mentioned it before on a Game Boy, that it had some eerie music. I can't remember if it's... I don't think it was like Frankenstein, but you started as a character, you used to walk along like side-scrolling, and eventually a wolf would start running after you. You had to figure out how to like jump over ledges and all that, and none of us ever could. All three of us. And there was just, not long after you start the game, there was like a bit you get stuck on, and eventually it just spawned this wolf that it kind of show you a quick shot of it spawning and start running along the screen, like from where you originally started. The game's sort of 5 minutes earlier, and then eventually, yeah, it just catch you up and eat you. I'd love to go back on that game one day, and if not beat it, just have some idea of what the hell the game wanted me to do. Like, it's funny, these games you got not only like walkthroughs and stuff on the online, but they're very well tested and that these days as well. Well, not tested, but as in like they can be quite forgiving because they're balancing it for younger people and older people. I'd say back, even yeah, when I was a kid, like in the early 90s, and some of the games that would have been 80s and all sorts, they definitely took no prisoners. Like, if you were a kid and you couldn't really figure it out, it was kind of like, well, sucks to be you. Because yeah, you couldn't really read a guide or anything about it, unless you went and specifically bought like a gaming magazine that month. They were like £4 back then. It was like a fucking deposit on a house. Had to blow on games, get it to work, put full tempers, yeah, because I remember seeing a video that was saying blowing into the cartridge of like a Nintendo 64 or something. Alright, it's winked that way, didn't it? Oh, they've not got autonomous winch, you see? If I'd have got down the horse with me. What do I need to do? Grab that. Where's that? I might just recover that and go, yeah, let's go for a little drive with this. Yeah, saying that blowing into the cartridge didn't it didn't make any difference. It did. If nothing else, for morale, it was worth it. And I'm convinced, blowing into the cartridges of... yeah, I remember doing it with the NES. The SNES, definitely remember doing it with my Nintendo 64, the Game Boy, yeah, everything was worth Worth giving it a blow, that's what she said of course. Even now with my PS4, if it did anything wrong, I'd still attempt to try and violently blow air into it. But whether it'd work or not, I don't know. But like I said, for morale and just a feeling like you're making some kind of difference. Now, when my headset wasn't recording the other day, all I did was unplug it, essentially wiggle the lead, and then plug it back in, and then it didn't work. Did that a few times. It took a lot of damage there. Yeah, just wiggled the lead and plugged it back in. Well, there could be an argument to be made that wiggling the lead is not actually an official way to fix something, but not only do I disagree, but it worked. I think I might have just deleted the suspension. I don't think it started off as like that, but either way, it still drives. So pretty nice. Kids in the 90s. I graduated in '82. That's true. I wasn't even born in '82. So I was supposed to be born on January the 1st, I believe, in 1989, but I was early, 5 weeks early. Being an '88 baby. It's a pretty fine year, but you say so myself. Picked a good one. Well, I don't know actually. Well, it was, but yeah. State of the world these days, you know. I rather would have been an adult in like the sort of 70s, 80s, and 90s. This is a lot more like a racing truck should be though in this game. How's the camera doing? Actually, get that for breakfast. But I'm old, 53. Sure, that's not that old though, really. I'm, what am I, 33, I think? To the best of my knowledge. It soon goes, I know that much. I'd say this year particularly feels like it's flying. Like we're already in July now. It's going to be like August, September, and we're basically getting ready for Halloween. I've never really thought about it before, but I take it, does anyone outside of the UK celebrate fireworks night, like 5th of November? I suppose it is just us, isn't it?
Bring your race ticket to Jerry's Barbecue.
I thought America would usually have any excuse to fire explosives off into the air. Do they even need a reason? Should they? I would argue no. It's funny because I've seen something the other day that was so true. You know, like obviously they're always talking about wanting to remove the Second Amendment in America. And someone wrote a comment saying, if they're trying to remove your guns now, after 245 years, it's because they're about to do something you'd shoot them for doing. It's like, that is so fucking true. I suppose in the end, I don't need this trailer. If I just carry the yard like I was. Whatever truck I got to pick up next, I could just winch behind me, I suppose. In fact, what have I got to pick up next? Chevrolet, probably. I'll just tow the yard behind me then. tip over before I do. The Yar's always a bit of an iffy one as well, sort of tip back to its wheels. Even if like you're in it and you had an auto winch, unless they've fixed it these days. Last time I used it, it was could be a bit awkward. I graduated '87. Yeah, so that was there was nearly a twinkle in my dad's eye at that point. Graduated from Hash, Hempfield Area Senior High. Is that actually a real name, or is that just... Is that like a good coincidence? I'm going the right way. I think I am, but yeah, I should have gone and got that. I was hoping to kind of just turn the Yar around while I'm... sort that in a minute. Yeah. This weekend was Inbred Heaven fireworks. Oh, is it? Well, when you say inbred, I'm like, oh, is it? I was just thinking July the 4th. Is that Independence Day? Is that when the aliens come and blow the White House up? And then Will Smith single-handedly knocks out an alien that's wearing a suit that's capable of controlling people's minds and grabbing people and all sorts, but he one smacks it. What are we stuck on? Of course. I don't even know if I was specifically stuck on something. It might have just got bogged down and stopped going. I think these crane legs sticking out the side possibly don't help once you're in pretty deep mud. They probably do just kind of stick in a little bit. So add a low for me. What I do in this scenario is just send him off, like, weave around all these watery bits. Do it that way. Yeah, Greensburg, Pennsylvania. In Greensburg as well. Can't make it up. Now, I'm a damn Yankee living in SC. Well, what is SC? Is that South Carolina? Or... yeah, I can't think of any others. Beckley, WV. No idea, I'm not sure if I've ever heard of that one, or where that is. I wish the aliens would help the White House. I have to ask Madonna if she wanted to at some point. Yeah, they ain't too keen on this mud. Not that it matters, I'm just going to restore the crane. Completely stuck, but it's pretty slow. Again, it is fairly deep, it's near enough hitting the chin, it's probably a good 2/3 of the wheel. Yeah, Will Smith was just getting some practice for later in life, that's true. It was pretty, well, funny. I mean, he made himself look like a bit of a pussy, but it was pretty funny. The funniest thing was that he didn't even seem bothered at first. It was when his missus gave him that eyeball look. Like he suddenly shit his pants and then went in there, yeah, slapped What's his name? Chris Rock? Which some people reckon that was staged. I obviously can't say for certain if it was or wasn't, but I'd certainly say if it was staged, I don't know. I wouldn't say it went very well for Will Smith. What the hell is that? Was that my winch point, or is... I'm not going to complain, it's all random. Jeez, this thing absolutely sucks balls in the mud. I'm amazed it got that, instead of going to like one of the trees nearby. Damn Yankee is an ordinary move south. Never went back. Oh, it is me. It is my doing. Oh yeah, I'm sort of praying this one. Right, yeah, Yankees and Northerner move south. Fair enough. We have similar. Over here, what they call Northern Monkeys and Southern Fairies. I think that's often... There's always some kind of rivalry going on between North and South. Well, over here, East, West, everything. So when people say the English are racist, we haven't achieved racism yet. We're too busy. Like, if you live 4 postcodes over, you are a sworn enemy. We ain't got time to worry about fucking Africa or North Korea or something. They ain't bothering us. Somebody using my driveway to turn around and peeking out them curtains and ready to go to war. Winch point. I completely forgot what I was doing. I was supposed to load the Chevrolet onto me and then tow the yard behind, but yeah, kinda autopiloted my way into doing what I've done. West Virginia sounds pretty nice. Bit of take me home country roads. Is that West Virginia? Well, John Denver, isn't it? But I'm sure it sings West Virginia. It's a good old tune that is. I reckon if I was going to move to America, yeah, it'd be somewhere like that. I think either, yeah, somewhere like North Carolina, Virginia, that kind of middle of nowhere. I definitely couldn't do a city. Oh, no way I'd be able to live in New York or something. Same over here, I couldn't live in London. Hell no. Timber Hickey, hi Wolf, my mods won't download. Do you know what to do? Is it all of them, or is there just like a certain bunch that aren't? Or are you just like not able to get on mods altogether? I remember I had to do something, I can't 100% remember how I did it, but I like logged out and had to log back in. I know that isn't very probably helpful. Can't remember specifically how or why. I just remember at one point they updated the game and it wouldn't let me get onto the mods. I think it's happening with quite a lot of people. And I'm sure I had to like log out of mod.io, but I thought I had to go on the website and log out. I didn't. You could do it just on the main menu of the game, but again, I can't remember how I did it. But that's one possible solution I can think of. Rebel originally from oh yeah, is that West Virginia as well? Atlanta, MX3, hey, I currently live in West Virginia. Everyone over there. That's where the party's at. Funny thing is, how big is West Virginia though? Is that like half the size of the UK or something? say the yard's sat on there pretty balanced. It's not really creating any issues. It's all of them. Was that Fort Jackson for a while? I think I've heard of that. It's all of them. Yeah, I'd probably try either that, like, if you can log out and log back in. I think when you log back in, it might even just remember your details from last time. Because I'm sure when I eventually got around to it, it was like, oh, that was, like, ridiculously easy. That's kind of why I can't remember what I did very well, because it was, like, whatever it was simple enough that it was just a couple of clicks of the button, essentially. So that's what I'd probably try, is to see if you can log out. I think when you press either the triangle button, where it says like vote up, vote down, turn all mods on, or enable all mods, disable all mods, I'm sure at the bottom of there it says log out or something. Have to sign end-to-end. Oh, enter mods. Sorry, I missed some of that. Log out of mod browser, restart console, and log back in. Yeah, so it could well be that. Maybe a quarter the size of the UK. Yeah, so well, it's not too bad in the scheme of things, but yeah, I suppose that still covers quite a good old size. But still, the fact that everyone could be anywhere. There's quite a few of you that were all in West Virginia. Got that Country Road song in my head now. It's a pretty good song to have in my head, to be fair. Oh, that is actually a truck. Why is it? Oh, I've got to drop them off there. So it's tracking like it'll only. So I've got to do that one first, and then the international afterwards. I don't really mind that. What do we take? Rebel Fort Knox. What, is that where Fort Knox is? Definitely heard of that place. I suppose it's only towing stuff. I probably could take this racer thing, to be honest. I've got that song in my head as well. It's a good old tune. I normally play that on my phone quite a bit as well. The version, is it Ryan Upchurch or something? I think he sang a version of it. It's pretty good. I sign it almost every day. Sign it, sorry, I might have missed a comment. What's that? Was that Fort Benning and Campbell? 2, 11B. John McIver, hey bud, glad to see another stream, hope all as well. Yeah, not too bad, cheers. How are you doing? What tyres? Let's go for that, just because they sit nice and wide. Knox, Kentucky. Lifeline. The only winch for a pinch. Sold. Even though it might be worse. All about that sales pitch. Yeah, it doesn't really matter any of that. That'll do. Might have to go for a quick lap while I'm here. 544 Maintenance Battalion, 1st Armour Brigade, frontline unit. We'll support the force. Yeah, I agree with that. It's pretty bad out there. Like, a lot of vets and all that get kind of fucked off afterwards. Like, they'll happily spend 25 million on a fucking drone, get shot out of the sky for fun, but don't do a lot for people that used to be there, that have like got a leg blown off and all sorts of shit. But not even that, you know, like all sorts, PTSD and everything. I remember like there was that guy over here during COVID, and he turned like 100 when he was an old war vet, and they ended up giving him some kind of knighthood thing that they do over here, but yeah, it was like, well, he's already served in the Second World War, like, he should have had one anyway. Why does he have to live to 100? Do a lap of his garden on a Zimmer frame just to get one? Infantry light fighter. Did you put the insane gearbox on? I'm not sure actually. Guessing not. I'll have a quick look to be honest, because it's not exactly flying. Oh no, yeah, I've just gone for a standard high range. Insane. More powerful. Let's try that one. Good start. It does every now and then. It's not the only mod that's done it. Where it's like you're stuck in neutral. The low range first. Well, it's not feeling very insane though, I will say that. It might just be because I'm stuck in that foggy mud at the minute. Let's see what it does all run in. No, it's not the one for me. I'll try some of the other ones. Try number 4. Not a fan of pulling off medium low and then go back to water damage. I'm not too keen on that one either. I'm just going to go back to the high range. Yeah, it's sick. Needs to go to one as well. Is that what the gearbox? Yeah, it happens in a couple of mods. I've had it happen before, like before this season or before this mod even came out, that some of the gearboxes sometimes just act like they're stuck in neutral. Or either stuck in neutral or like they just haven't got enough oomph to initially pull it off from a dead start. I don't know what's going on with this vehicle. Just felt like it lost 3/4 of its power then. see where it goes. Weird. What engine do you have on? I believe I went for the top one. Or I suppose the bottom one, but yeah. Juiciest, I'm hoping. Feels alright now, it might have just been that track. There is weird coding, considering it's basically just a dirt track. It's way more... I don't know, it holds you back a lot more than it should. Which is weird, because then like in that river race where you have to go like extreme climb and extreme downhill or whatever, they've made that where it's like freer than it normally is. But yeah, the dirt track, they seem to have coded it so it behaves more like mud than dirt. Or there's just some kind of blanket resistance going on in the background. It's just like across the board, regardless of what truck etc. you've got. That truck's slower than Biden. Sure, I don't want to put it on a bicycle. I think Biden sort of serves as a good lesson. You know, like, it's not always a good idea to vote someone in because you don't like the other guy. Because I think a lot of people are kind of like, yeah, I'd rather just about anybody back than the old, yeah. Biden ain't doing too well. Watch if there is a strong crosswind, might blow it over. Could be. Oh yeah, it's the old Chevy Kodiak then. I quite like this, to be honest. As for an early game vehicle, it probably wouldn't be the best on these sort of maps now. But back on Black River, as someone said, it took too long to unlock the Kodiak and then like upgrade it. By the time you could upgrade the Kodiak, there was other better stuff that you could also upgrade. I remember doing the review on it. It was, yeah, quite a sort of good, punchy little truck for the money and all the rest of it. There are custom engine options. I believe I went on to the custom engine options. I could be wrong, but I believe I did. Captain Alzheimer was the best Democrats had. The thing is that, like, there's the way sometimes with, I think, politics. They sort of, I've heard people talk of him in the sense of like a throwaway candidate, where I think there's certain things they wanted to do with the presidency, and it was always going to make him look bad, like pulling out of Afghanistan. I'm not defending him, not at all. I'm just more saying, yeah, I think he's a bit of a, just let it, like, they're getting what they want, but he'll get the blame for it, if that makes sense, and then they'll just go, oh yeah, well, you know, we'll get a new one in there. Like, they don't really mind if it's going to tank his reputation at the same time, because, yeah, I think they're kind of just flogging a dead horse at this point anyway. The funny thing is, though, I feel like across the board, nobody wants him to die or anything, because then Kamala Harris will take over. And I think everyone's like, oh no, not going to go any smoother. That's the problem these days. There's no good choices left, even though really. One dickhead after another. Need a king or queen over here to run things. It couldn't really go any worse, I suppose. I think even over here now it's over £2 a litre for fuel. So, well again your gallon's slightly different, but it'd be nearly £8 a gallon, which is probably getting on for like, I don't know, $13, $14 a gallon. Definitely, it wouldn't be a great time to be owning the M5, I know that. Well, it would. Wouldn't do your wallet any favours. But that horse. So, yeah, let's gotta go over there. Right now, I'd take Putin. It's funny with the, yeah, the Ukraine thing as well. That Zelensky. He makes a lot of public appearances for someone who's at war. A lot of celebrities going over there to do photo ops and all that. Seems a little bit sketchy. I remember reading the other day though as well, it's kind of true, they were saying the difference between business and show business. You know, like say when Trump was running it, that is our businessman running it, that's not a career politician. And you get a career politician back in where it's show business, not business. And then yeah. Not only does it go to shit, but it kind of goes back, you know how it used to be, like, you know, the Taliban are back there all armed and back, North Korea's back at it, it's just all the usual suspects in the world are back to sort of chaos where they use it to try and scare everybody into, I don't know. That's what they seem to do nowadays with everything. Just try and scare everyone into like submitting, throwing more tax money at them. It's like with yeah, climate change and all that. It's all the oil companies that own all these new windmills and green energy. It's just being sold to us as a crisis, so we're like, oh god, tax me more, just don't let the world end. It's like, the world ain't gonna end. A three-legged turtle could outrun climate change. I don't want the Scout arriving in a brand new condition. It's probably not going to happen. You know, I'm surprised they never added that new, like, Ford Bronco or whatever that came out in America. I just remember seeing like a few YouTube videos about it and that. But I'm surprised they never got like something going on in this game. Where am I supposed to take this then? That's what she said. Oh, over here now. Oh, and in a racetrack, fair enough. See, I would risk just flying across, but I've got a feeling they're going to make that river ridiculously deep. I lost an Azov iceberg in there the other week. Was it an iceberg? Yeah, it was. Not an iceberg, sorry, like the Antarctic, the normal stock version in the game. Actually, yeah, let's go out this way. This truck should be fast. Did a lap of that track in just over a minute. Yeah, true. I'll have to go on a look at the engines. Looks like I'm getting caught on the terrain again more than anything.
I gotta say, drivers out here never cease to amaze.
the raciest of race trucks. Compared to that Dakar truck. Would it be possible though? I live to regret that. Well, not much though. Do you know what then, actually, fuck it, I'll recover this and we'll see with the engines. Level 1, level 2. Fuel consumption. So that's worse fuel consumption. Yeah. Oh, wait there. Yeah, but that's better fuel consumption. Do I trust better fuel consumption? Level 2 sounds better, but the fact that that uses more fuel sounds better. We'll try this one. Is that because Trump isn't president? I don't know, I might have missed something before that. Why start wars when your Trump puppets in power? Makes sense. Listen, that walk and orange meme isn't the answer either. Yeah, but can you just name something logical that he did that was bad? Like, forget that you don't like him or something. What did he actually do? Like, inflation doesn't go to shit. Wars, all sorts. So I don't know what it is that, other than like the media just kept going on and on about stuff, there wasn't actually anything like objective. Rebel, are you Sony or Xbox? Yeah, PS4, Xbox. What I could have took actually was the AGL Tatran. It's actually on submarine level. Blew the F out the Taliban. Yeah, exactly. The media is the problem. No, I agree. They stir up all the shit, really. They tell everybody who to get angry at. But I've never heard a good objective reason when people say, like Trump, they just say stuff like, yeah, the orange man, and it's like, yeah, that's great, but please tell me what the orange man did. It was so bad. Oh, I was only going to cut over there in the end. I still would have. I thought I was there. There's probably no point, is there? Oh yeah, because the racetrack's going to have a fence around it anyway, so I might as well just go round. Going that way. See if we can get across there. J War, hi Lone Wolf, how's it going, dude? Coffee Merc, January the 6th. Right, but then are you going to hold both sides to the same standard? Like, what about an entire summer of BLM rioting across various cities, billions of dollars worth of damage? Or when women raided the Capitol building and were banging the doors down and stuff over, I don't know, something related, like probably the Pussy Hat March or something. Plus there's all the videos of the police opening the barriers up to let people into the Capitol building, so yeah, it's not really a good reason at all. I know they just keep telling you, oh, insurrection, insurrection, but then didn't when the Supreme Court rule on something, now they're talking about like harass them and do all sorts of stuff, so it's a double standard. Like, if you're not going to hold your own side to that standard, then don't hold the other side to that standard. Plus, you say January the 6th, that's like right at the end. I don't think that was that bad. I don't think it was an insurrection and all that, but even if you're going to say it is, that was at the end. Everyone had already complained for 4 years by that point. So what had he done in those 4 years that was objectively bad? Because I could list, for example, quite a lot of things that Biden's done that's objectively bad, regardless of like what side you're on and all the rest of it. It's just objectively bad. For some reason, this isn't wanting to turn right. Kids stop getting asses beat as a kid. Now everyone thinks first or deserve better, but they don't really realise. Sorry. Yeah, I'd say in general there's a lot of participation medals these days by comparison. One bad doesn't cancel another. I didn't say it did, but again, you're avoiding the question. Give me something objective that he did, because you're doing the same thing, it's just you're trying to divert it into something else. Like, yeah, just list something bad that he did, objectively bad, not because he's too orange for your liking or something. Why is a committee looking into January the 6th and not a court? Yeah, true. There's not one person on there that was against, say, Trump impeachment, so it's all rigged. Like, say, to that puffy Merc, like, the old saying, sort of, you get what you deserve. You're going to keep voting dumbasses in, then it's like, yeah, it'll just keep going bad. You'll just keep believing the hype that the media tell you, etc. And then that's it. It just repeats like that in cycles. It's the same over here. And it's mostly the same over there. I'd say when Trump ran though, there was like, if he didn't run, it would have been Jeb Bush on the Republican side. So it was a Bush or a Clinton before a vote's ever even cast, which is the way they wanted it. Which is effectively rigged, because what does it matter at that point? But then as soon as the horse ran that they didn't have, they kicked the media division up into high gear, etc., etc., and skip ahead X amount of years, and you've got what you've got, which I'd say America is pretty comfortably like a laughingstock around the world. Not to be harsh, that's nothing against actual Americans, but yeah. Like, it's just sort of one disaster after the other, really, at the minute. It all comes down to money. It always comes down to money. Always follow the money. That's rule number one. That's why I watch Fox News and not CNN. Sure, I certainly wouldn't watch CNN. I'd say some Fox, but I think they can, yeah, if you actually look behind the scenes who's buying into that company, and that'll probably go the way of the dinosaurs. I tend to look at like just completely independent stuff. But again, I more look at the facts and figures and statistics. Like, I don't really care if whose side they're on or whatever, if you know what I mean. If something's objectively good, it is. If it's objectively bad, then it is. Oh yeah. Gotta go. Oh, okay, we'll go for a quick lap now. I wonder if we could actually damage the whole scout. I remember having to do that. What's that mission called? Was it Broken Horse or something? Where you had to smash a vehicle and I had to tow a Chevrolet CK-1500 around in the quarry for hours with a Tatra. And in the end, for the last like half an hour, I had one tyre that just would not pop. Don't make Republican money, so I'm not a Republican. Yeah, but you don't have to. There's no such thing as Republican money. Like, yeah, with all due respect, your talking points are nonsense. Like, stuff you're saying doesn't make sense. How much money is Biden and Pelosi and all that worth? Or is that Democrat money? There's a lot more that I can't fit. There's lots of reasons. Yeah, but you haven't said one. That's what I'm saying. You've said lots of reasons why you can't say, or just generic, pointless things like you're not on Republican money, as if every single person must be rich if they're on that side. Honestly, I felt Trump was more of an embarrassment to Americans on the global scale. It really wasn't though, because not only statistically was the country doing a lot better, but other than the media saying, oh, orange man bad. Yeah, I think there's a hell of a lot more support around the world than I think your media would let you know. Otherwise, they're always going to keep the narrative one way. But yeah, when people's bank balances, inflation rates, fuel prices, electric prices, food prices, ammo prices, like the price of everything has pretty much gone to shit globally since Biden got in, as a direct result. Before the Ukrainian war as well, you can go and look at when the inflation rate started going up. They're pretty soon after he got in, directly because of certain things he was doing. So yeah, like the bottom line, people's money is, yeah, kind of like a pretty good indicator. What are you smoking? Can I get a hit? Yep, fuck Joe Biden. You mean Brandon? It's true. That meme will probably live on. The last truck I wanted to try was... where is it? Oh yeah, quickly, before I do that, I'm trying to check it. Have I got a mission left? Right, I haven't got any missions. I'm probably not going to do this. Oh, it's only a race. It's basically just going where I just was, though. I'll probably leave that then. That was a vehicle I was going to try. What the hell was it? Is it already out? Was it that one? Oh yeah, it might have been, yeah, this one, because I tried the Tatra Force the other day, like the normal stock in-game one. It was a little bit slow, but I'll get the crane and that off. Yeah, like one of the things you've got to remember as well with the whole like political thing and Trump, Biden, whoever it is all around the world, is like if Biden is a disaster, it's not a reflection on, say, someone who considers himself a Democrat and they have their way of thinking. They're just not the same thing. And what I mean by that is, if just because Biden's in, that doesn't automatically make every Democrat's opinion invalid. It's just that he's a shit, corrupt, nothing to do with it example. It's the same corruption it usually is. But yeah, it's like vice versa. When, I don't know, you could go back to, it was like Bush, wasn't he a Republican? It doesn't really matter which side, what you call them. It's a completely different ball game to just the everyday person's opinion of like which way to lean on things. That crane, stronger Tatra crane. Is that then, I assume, because I've got the stronger crane mod? So I've seen a few tonight specifically say the stronger one. Yeah, we'll leave that in. Sorry, the sideboard. I'm going to get a horse, because I had a horse last time, and I just want to see. If this thing can actually, like, drive around the map. Where's that one sitting? Just going to grab that. And here we can't keep Bill straight. Missed some of that. It would have been be even worse if Hillary was president. Yeah, because they would have just done roughly the same things they were planning on anyway. Like, that's why they wanted Trump out. Because he was objectively achieving stuff. And they famously thrive on creating a problem, recommending themselves as a solution to it, and then never fixing it. So then when the next time comes around, they recommend themselves as the solution again. And that's pretty much how it goes. It has done since before the vast majority of us were even born. I was going to get a crane vehicle. I could just use... Where's it? That thing. Goliath, that's the one. Yeah, we're nearly 4 hours. I'll probably call it a day after this one. Yeah, apart from if it had more reach, apart from that though. I like the fact that this crane's actually can just lift stuff. Biden from the family in there. Corruption in Ukraine is likely why Russia is in there now. Yeah, they've already admitted now. They had, among other things, but they had 42 odd bioweapon labs that America and Ukraine had working on together. And yeah, I'm not exactly like pro-Russia or anything. I don't like what's going on. It's bad for the people as usual, but yeah. Like, our side could stop it, really. I wouldn't be too happy if, I don't know, North Korea had 42 bioweapons labs on my border. And then look at it the other way around, you think like the Cuban Missile Crisis. What do you think America would do if Russia had 42 bioweapons labs along the Mexican border?
It seems then that's one big reason the 2020 election was rigged, to get Trump out.
Yeah. I know what I saw that night anyway, when I was watching it live. Well, and since then there's been videos, whistleblowers, all sorts, but it is what it is. To be fair, he dropped the ball in the sense of it don't matter who votes, it matters who counts them. It's an old saying. We need a military president. Yeah, I don't know. Only, like, look at some of the decisions the military are doing these days. They could go either way. Like, in theory, I'd agree with you. But, I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Would it actually be that, or would it be kind of, yeah, their twisted version of one? Total disaster for this country, in my opinion. And I didn't agree with Trump how he talks, but damn, he put the country in energy policy a hell. Yeah, that's the thing. Like how he talks, it's like if he offended people, yeah, that's. It didn't offend me, if you know what I mean. But I get like, but you don't have to like the person. Think of it like if you had an accountant, or you had a choice of two accountants. One's really nice, they're really polite to you. They ask you how your day's been, but they're fucking useless with money. And then you've got one that's, yeah, rude, or whatever, says mean tweets. His skin is too orange for some people's liking. But then he's shit hot at being your accountant and saves you shitloads of money. It's like, you don't have to like the person, but they end up just being better for something. Like, you essentially have the perfect scenario with Trump, because the media was hypercritical, so he really couldn't get away with anything. And then on top of that, his, should say, even for, you could say for his own personal reasons, like, not showing off, but I'm just thinking like for your own, that it looks good on you, all he really wanted to do was kind of like run it well, so it did well, and then it'd make him look good, so it's kind of like a win-win, if that makes sense. Like, there wasn't really any ulterior motives other than like, I'll show them how it's done, so you were always going to kind of benefit from it, because yeah, that was the way to make himself look good, was like make good decisions that put money in people's pockets and stuff. This Tatra, by the way, it's definitely I assume it's, well, it's still got the same sort of gearboxes, because it's got the 3 low gears, but yeah, it's driving a lot better than the other Tatra I tried the other week, like the standard in-game one. Wolf for president. The funny thing is, I'd hate a job like that, because I wouldn't enjoy, I don't know, having that kind of say over everybody. Which, again, is probably like the sort of people that are drawn to those positions, like having power and that over people, so they often have a desire to abuse that power. But yeah, people who don't want it are just never going to go near it. I offend people every day. It's just that I say what's common sense. True, but then like, it's not a bad thing to be offended. Everyone gets so worried now, like, oh, it offends me. It's like, who cares, if you know what I mean? like worked both ways. I mean, for everybody, not like anyone in particular. It's just you're never going to meet everybody who always agrees the same, if you know what I mean. It's like, even if you don't agree with me now, it's like, it doesn't, don't let it get you mad, because why would you let somebody like me, as far from your point of view, a random stranger on the internet, even get you mad? So there's no point. That's what they like it when you're mad. This conversation is trash. You can suggest something else. It's not really that helpful just saying that. FJB. Who's offended? I'm just saying in general. What's his name? Rebel was talking, said he offends people every day. SnowRunner for Xbox mod browser. GGMS electric conversion. I've tried it before. I tried it a little while ago, like, yeah, months back. There was something, was it the... Didn't they nerf the engines or something? The original version of the mod had more powerful stuff, and I'm sure like a month or two or whatever it was in, they removed one of the top engines and it just kind of... It made them all a bit meh again. It was one of them situations where like you got to try it as good as it was and then it got a bit nerfed by comparison. I'm not. I didn't say you were. All can't drive very well. I drive very carelessly. Certainly say that much. But I am also trying to read comments, so I am often looking like right at the edge of the screen and rarely actually looking where I'm going. I'm looking for Elon Musk to run for president sometime. You never know. I could see it within the realm of possibility one day. Not sure if it'd be anytime soon, but yeah. Certainly, it wouldn't surprise me. Oh yeah, like autopilot, I was just gonna. That's how ingrained it is in me to just turn that bloody generator on every time I get in it. Get a bit of fuel in that while I'm in it. There's never a maintenance trailer near the top of this list. There it is. Fuel's not too bad, to be fair. I may as well top it up while I'm here, but yeah, it's not used a lot at all. Wish SnowRunner devs would add more trucks to the game, not scouts, but actual trucks for mission-based gameplay. Yeah, same here. In like, ironically, I wish they would, but it's. I'm trying to like. You know how like they could be offering more trucks and just make money off DLC? It's normally a lot of companies would shamelessly do that, and they'd basically give us like all stock stuff in the game, but then only offer DLC that absolutely eats the map for breakfast. These are almost going the opposite way, where yeah, they keep releasing like scouts and stuff that are, not to say it's like a gimmick, but it is what it is. Like, cool, you've got a Land Rover Scout now, it's essentially just a Scout that's reskinned as a Land Rover, which is cool in its own right, but yeah, it doesn't really offer anything, and it's like, they need to embrace a little bit, not saying go full pay to win, but they need to embrace like a little bit of, yeah, make trucks that are actually like decent in the game, because we've already got decent trucks in the game, like the Dolphin, the Zix, even the Phoenix truck we got, that was actually not bad. This Force isn't terrible, but it doesn't really suit this map very well. This is obviously like Bartelby's modded version. yeah, we've not really had any decent, like, really decent DLC trucks. Except, I would say, the Navistar, which kind of only qualifies as DLC because it was like a pre-order bonus. And, like, the Brigadier thing, yeah, it wasn't terrible, but it wasn't amazing, particularly on the season we got it on, because it really wasn't very good on ice and all the rest of it. I think they did, when they released the Brigadier, I believe that's when the game came out on the Switch or something, so for a lot of people, if they bought that straight away when they're on Black River and that, it probably would have made more sense. I'd even pay for some decent DLC trucks. Yeah, no, I do get what you're saying. I wish they would have a bit more stuff like that. As far as recovering, like, loafers, oh sorry, I might have missed, like, the first bit of that comment. Steve got any pepperoni rolls? Kenny C500 is a beast. Yeah, I'm sure I did use that again a good while ago. If I'm not mistaken, does that take quite a bit of memory up? That's the main reason, like, a lot of the mods is just the memory that I can't have them all on. Otherwise, a lot of stuff like that probably would stay on. Scooby-Doo loaf. Yeah, true. I'm surprised I've not given it some, like, cheap knockoff version of the Scooby-Doo mystery machine paint job thing. I liked the Brigadier, to be honest. I don't really care if it's terribly OP or anything, as long as it's capable, I'm happy. Which season and maps were you on, though, when you got it? Because when I got it, it was it season 4? The, like, I can't remember the name of the first map now, but it had that Northern Aegis and Chimcharuski or whatever it's called, Chinokaments. And it just wasn't very good on those maps. But if I got it in, say, either the original maps, like Black River and that, or Wisconsin, I think it probably would have suited Wisconsin reasonably well. But they've never really added a DLC that's like a competitor, no, it's not this way, a competitor to, say, the Dolphin or stuff like this, like a big 8-wheeler, yeah, like a competition for the Zix. Stuff like that, which, like I said, is, in one way, I kind of respect in the sense of they haven't just gone pay to win on it, but by now, 2 years into the game, I think they could get away with adding a DLC truck that is actually, like, a potential contender for new best truck in the game without it being particularly pay to win, considering we get like the mod truck, sorry, so yeah, you don't have to pay to get an OP version of a truck anymore, but they've just never really added one themselves, they just sort of leave it to the modders. Rebel ate one yesterday, the pepperoni roll. Of making some banana. Yeah, this touch force is doing pretty nice, to be honest. Considering as well, like, I'm kind of autopilot for most of it and just chatting away, so I'm not really paying a whole lot of attention. It's not really tried tipping on me. Oh, I am in auto at the minute, but I think when I've been in high, it's not really tried stalling too, unless I hit something pretty obvious. Making cabbage rolls tomorrow. I don't like cabbage, I just get forced to eat that when I was a kid at school. Put me off a life. What season are you on, Wolf? I suppose at the minute, this one, like season 7, nuke fuel. Yeah, that's this newest one, isn't it? Season 7. I still technically have got various missions to do back on some of the other seasons. Not many. Oh, there's an AGL. I'm sure that's AGL Bruce. That's where he got to. Oh, got a bit of engine damage, you can see. He gets overload.
Local pepperoni roll, just bread wrapped around pepperoni, mozzarella and cheese.
Yeah, I think I've had something similar. They're not. I wouldn't say it's that common over here, but I'm sure I've seen some kind of not quite ready meal, but you know, like some frozen things like that that you just stick in the oven for not very long. That are probably similar. I don't know if it's the exact same thing. So basically, a DLC Russian truck. The crock would be borderline. Ooh. A DLC Russian truck. It wouldn't have to specifically be Russian, but for whatever reason they only give the Russian trucks muds and that. But in theory, let's just say if they got around the tyre situation with a custom set of tyres that were equivalent to muds, then yeah, it doesn't have to specifically be a Russian truck. Just something that's like 8 to 10 wheel, big, giant truck. Yeah, really. Funny enough, that recovery company near me, they left in a truck the other day that you rarely, if ever, see a truck that big over here. It was more like the size of the P16. I don't think it was exactly a P16, but it looked incredibly similar. Like, I can't remember if it was 3-axle though, or if it just had the one rear axle. And then it was towing something pretty massive, but yeah, whatever truck it was. I'll see, I remember actually, I did try and get a photo, but I never actually looked, I'm sure it was pretty blurred. I'll see. I need to try to put in a picture the other week, for whatever reason, YouTube, it doesn't always offer me, like, I can post a picture of a picture I've already posted, but it needs to ask me, like, can it access my photos so I can pick a new photo? And it usually asks me that, but it's not been doing it recently. Where am I now, by the way? We're going for a good old drive. Oh, when did I get turned around? Oh, did I just carry on all the way round? Oh, well, I'll go over this bridge, go back to them, and then I'll call it a day. Yeah, so sorry, basically a Russian truck, the crock would be borderline, really only its size holding it back. Makes sense, Wolf, for purchase. The crock. Oh yeah, do you know what, in fact I need to do a review video on that. That's the truck I got like 5 minutes before my internet went to shit, and I got blue screened and all that. So yeah, I drove the croc for... Well, are we thinking about the same thing? Is that crocodile, like the step-toe truck they added? That was more my fault. I'll let Goalie steering a little bit quick then. Pacific trucks are pretty rare outside of Canada and the US. Yeah, I definitely agree. I've never seen... I don't know, it's just... Yeah, the truck, like the whole chassis and everything looks pretty massive. In fact, that's why I'm driving quickly. I'll see if the photo isn't blurry. Nope. Yeah, because I was taking it, like, there's a net curtain in front of my window, obviously, so when I took it... No, can't see it anywhere. I'll have to see if, there's obviously a truck that's around here. But yeah, it was just like way bigger than the chassis of any normal truck. Even they've had like them Oshkosh, so like the derry, the big derry on here. it looked bigger than that. Rebel had any good shine. What the hell's up there? It's like a damn horse, but... Who are you hanging out with? P16. It's a good choice. Speak of the devil. See? Talking about Pacific trucks. The Loaf's just presents himself with one. I can even reach him. Where'd my link point just go? If I get the wrong bloody tree now. Those 2 months without you having internet was hell. Yeah, it's I get paranoid about that. Like the box thing that the internet plugs into. I even like pushed it back flush with my foot the other day when I was down there. Just because any time now my signal goes a bit iffy. I'm like, oh no, he's doing it again. Once you have them onto P16, you don't need to go back. That's true. Do you mean like the modded version of it, or just the normal P16 in the game? I really like the P16, I always have. It's just always been weighted nicely, so it just feels like it behaves pretty well. And yeah, not that many trucks have enough weight in this game. That's one reason as well, as I mentioned the Navistar as a DLC. One nice thing about that is that it's got a nice bit of mass to it, so it feels like it plants itself in the ground. Like, I think that's another way that they sort of nerf trucks in this game, is if they make them really light, they don't squidge through the mud or snow very well. And then they bleed a lot of their power just to wheel spin. Novice Legend, Wolf, what's up? Been watching your vids for a while, but never caught a stream for. Yeah, that's cool, man, I appreciate it. Just about coming to the end of the stream, but yeah, bit of a long one today, as she said, of course. I haven't really got anything else to do, unless there's a contest, that's about it. One day I got into a random match with my P16 with a club. Only the mighty P16 matched the club's patrol. The club and stopped his nonsense. Oop, shit, I just hit a Goliath. Yeah, the P16, the clubs, they're certainly, I'd say, the two main biggest, fattest trucks in the game. Yeah. There's not really a whole lot. I sort of wanted to test some of these out a bit more. Can't remember, what was it was supposed to... Was it that AGL Bruce? Send it down White Valley. I like P16 in first person. Yeah, true, it is actually, it's one of the few vehicles really I sort of have driven around quite a bit. Yeah, in first person, like, sort of not just to get footage either, just in general it was like quite nice. I want the crane off. Do it the lazy way. Right, I'll send it down White Valley and I'll call it a day. Have a good day, Wolf. There is always TT finished today. So what was in 7th? Is that like, are you in career mode, or is that just going on, is it like the quick race or something where it, yeah, just sort of doesn't really take you into the whole. I've not even clicked on the career on mine. I've just clicked on the been on the Snaefell mountain map, like the normal TT map, and that's about it.
Jewelers on all axles, huge monster truck tyres. Damn that thing with all-wheel drive and stoppable.
Yeah, is that the P16? Well, recently I've tried the AGL version of the P16. That was nice as well. Seems a little drift machine. Yeah, the JBE P16 that I've had near enough for like just about when mods first came out. Well, this has got 12 gears as well. It's going, I can't, I'm steering to the right. Might have to go and put chains on it, you know. Yeah. Well, let's keep exploring it if we're going to get to the end, but it needs chains because I can't tell this thing where to go. It's for science.
Quick race, 1 lap.
Yeah, is that when there's other people on the track, or does it just let you have a clean race? I think I've been doing the time attack maybe instead. Mostly, I believe I have been on that quick race. For some reason on time attack it wasn't always recording my time, so... Oh yeah, you definitely don't want those OHD change, wouldn't like the mud version. Yeah, wait, on certain sectors it just won't count my quickest time through it. But like I said, the fastest time I've got just going around the map was 16 minutes 30. Right, to be honest, I'd rather be over on the right. Should do better though with chain now. Whereas others... Yeah, I went quickly on one of the other tracks just for... I think I was like making something to eat, so I was just messing around for 5 minutes. But pretty much I've only been on like around the TT track. Yeah, give it a full Jeff. I'll give it one with Jeff, and I'm done. It's not going to fly as far, I can already tell. It's good. It's getting a good old speed down there. I think Fox's Roadrunner thing takes the cake on jumping off there so far. This thing is nice though, it gets a good old move on. Even across like that snow, cutting across from the garage is usually super duper quadruple death snow to most things, but this actually plows along it pretty well.
Wow, that truck is beast. Cool Gaming 876.
Yeah, I believe this is the AGL Azov, I just call it Bruce, but it's like the Azov 7 crap. I'm sorry, I'm going to do it one more just because I forgot to stick it in high, that was my fault. It's because I was talking, I need to remember to whack it in high gear. And for anyone who's wondering what the hell I mean with the Jeff Special, when you're going flat out, if you stick it in high gear, you can often like sort of like fool the mechanics of the game and it'll give you like a super fast version of high gear, which I'll try and demonstrate now. I actually remember to actually put it in high gear. Right, so I'm going in the gears now, I'm in 11th. I should get a bit further. When I whack it in high, it's resisting it. But you can see that's clearly a lot faster than a high gear would normally go. To be honest, that wasn't the best example. It's not going to like it very well, it's drifting around, so yeah. It's goddamn horse chilling in there. Yeah, probably call it a day then. Just click it back onto this map so I don't load up next week. on that. But yeah, cheers everyone for popping in tonight. Rubber by choice, and then it nearly was. The only reason why is because I did miss the high gear. That was my bad. When you jump a 12-ton truck 120 yards, yeah, that was a bit of a well, that last one barely dribbled off the cliff at that point. Yeah, Fox's Roadrunner, I managed to get, what was it? It was a good like third to halfway across the entire span of water. I remember it was a pretty good effort. Still, sorry, I was looking still on my phone. No, I ain't got a picture of that truck. I thought I took one. Oh well, I'll keep an eye out for it. It's got to be around near me for at least a bit anyway. Yeah, Rebel, have a good day. Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Like it's loading back up to this, but it'll probably take a while. Yeah, I appreciate everyone popping in, having a chat, all the rest of it. I've still got videos and that to do. I've still got a review of the Land Rover to do. I suppose, yeah, that Crocodile DLC truck and the Gore before, or whatever the hell it's called, that little tiny new car thing we got. I've got those to do. I just need to like have a nice fat run up of a day to be able to get all the footage and edit it and that in one day. Yeah, and I've got some missions to do. I don't think I've quite got all of stage 2 and that done, so there's bits and bobs to do. I may miss a day, but in general I just want to get them done. I'm not trying to space it out so much. It's just if I'm having a busy day or whatever, I'll skip it. But yeah, until then, until next time, enjoy whatever you're doing, whatever you get up to, whether it's day, night, whatever. Justin Lynch, good night, Wolf. Good night, dude. Steve Neely, good night, Wolf. Boa Omega, which did you decide was worse ultimately, Superior Mud or sorry, Superior Mud, Super Mud or Death Snow? Worse, probably Death Snow. You too, Puffy. Great stream, Wolf. I appreciate it, guys. Boa, good chatting, Wolf. Yeah, I appreciate everyone. Like I say, enjoy whatever it is you're up to, and yeah, I'll be back soon.